combination of those. So we've studied that. That capacity has actually never been utilized. It's been reserved for this site, and it was effectively figured out about 28 years ago. Moving on to water, and this is going to make me extremely popular in here. The studies are done the same way, and I think overhearing some of your comments, your worship, is the study of these things from, first of all, the city's perspective has been ongoing for decades. And with that information, we conducted our own studies. And both with sanitary and water, our studies were submitted to the city. The city's engineer department vetted those and even had their own independent studies done to confirm our studies' results. While water is a sensitive issue, water has been contemplated for these growth areas for a very, very long time, and the associated infrastructure that's been built and will continue to be built through the city. And I think the last thing I'll say on infrastructure too is, you know, we're doing these studies not only to work with the city to confirm that things are going to work in physical reality, but we're also making, you know, what in today's dollars is probably a $500 million commitment to housing. We want to make sure that that commitment actually can be executed. Next slide. So moving on to traffic. So in a similar sense to water and sanitary and stormwater, we conducted a traffic study. So this is done both in conjunction with the city's engineering department and with the Ministry of Transportation. They give us a terms of reference with respect to what we need to study and consider. I believe I made this comment the last time that we presented to previous council was, I've seen a lot of traffic studies, hundreds of them, commissioned hundreds of them. And again, this will sound unpopular, but it is factual. It was probably the most benign transportation study that I've seen land on my desk as far as what capacity exists out there and the influence that these additional trips will put on to the system. We've fielded comments from the Ministry of Transportation. With those comments in conjunction with the city, we've identified the improvements that need to happen to both Franklin Gull and Highway 19A intersection, as well as the reconfiguration work that we're going to do at Resort Way and Highway 19A. And then, of course, the extension of Tuan Road into our project. So as far as OCP compliance goes, so we did a little bit of homework on this, because I think that it's very easy when we start working on these things to, you know, wonder, where did these guys sort of come out of the woodwork and come up with this idea? So in doing a bit of research, even going back to 1987, this particular area of town, and again, this has influenced infrastructure planning and land use planning, was considered a future development area. In 1994, in the official community plan, it was designated for, I think, 400 single family units. And then further in 2013, designated for both single family and what's called this planned neighborhood designation. So our view here is that we're simply doing a housekeeping amendment to the OCP, not a whole scale, was this considered development versus not development. And that amendment is to take the single family designation away and focus on the planned neighborhood, which is a range of housing types, a range of density, a range of tenure in a planned cohesive manner, which we believe is much more relevant for, well, the world in general, but certainly for Parksville as far as affordability and the provision of housing. So lastly, floodplain. We had done extensive work with respect to floodplain, and as Kevin will get into later in the presentation, has formed various commitments that we're making with respect to avoiding flood inundation levels, I believe the 500-year level. A bunch of new information came out. The RDN has been conducting some new studies as far as floodplain areas. And this is in response to updating work that was done, I believe, in 1985 at the provincial level to define floodplain development areas in certain catchments around the province. They've updated it to include potential effects of sea level rise, as well as new climate statistical data, and then adding contingencies to that given global warming concerns and things like that. So our commitment to this still stands. Having analyzed the updated information, there are very minor changes to the area that we're defining in our covenant area to avoid, to protect the floodplain and any influences that we would have on adjacent or downstream properties as far as the footprint of the development. Now I'll pass it on to Brianna.
Thanks, Mike. So following our analysis of the floodplain, the next layer we considered was the areas of environmental and habitat significance. These included bear dens, which we found unoccupied in the northwest corner of the site, the 5-year floodplain, which is shown in light green, or light blue, sorry. The animal migration paths, which are focused along the river and shown in the dotted blue line. The wetlands as shown in the dark green in the center of the site, and significant trees around the southern wetland, as well as on the bank in the southern corner of the site. The riparian area regulation determines the streamside protection and enhancement area width to be 30 meters. We are going to go beyond this requirement in protecting 35 meters. Next, in order to figure out the development parcels, we surveyed the existing trail network. An important connection through the site is the self-proclaimed RDN regional trail from Rathtrevor Beach Park to Topbridge Community Park, as well as a number of tertiary trails throughout the site, as shown in the above plans. I think we're having some technical difficulties.
We're just going to load another file here. Just give us 2 seconds. Sorry about this.
And for those in the audience that wonder if I have eyes in the back of my head, I am actually watching the presentation. I have a monitor in the front of this little screen. I know it may look like I'm, studying their shoes. I'm not. I am watching the monitor, so I am paying attention.
Back in business. Okay.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. So looking now at the development pocket. So far we've talked about accommodating the floodplain, habitat, trails. And so we've broken down the site into 5 development pockets. The influences that are the greatest impacted are the proposed trail connections. And therefore you'll see in the next slide how we've accommodated these trails. The proposed pockets consist of up to 10 different forms of housing, from duplexes to apartments, and there's no single family. There's lots of green space and amenity areas for parks, bird watching areas, dog parks, as well as staying out of important habitat areas. Overall, only 40% of the land is developed, while 60% is retained as green space. The one common concern that we hear is that this is too much development too fast. While we would love to build quickly, there just simply isn't enough housing for workers. There's a lot of process that we have to get through with development permits and building permits, and there are capacity constraints. It would take us about 10 to 15 years to build, with the first occupancies likely not until 2025. So then that brings us to these new trail plans. Like I mentioned previously, the one influence that was impacted was the regional trail. We looked at the trails alignment and shifted the areas to accommodate our development pockets while adding interconnectivity throughout the site, as Brandon is showing on the cursor above. We have kept many of the existing secondary trails while adding a lot of trails and pathways throughout the site and showing an overall gain of 30% more trails than the existing plan. To provide further detail to that, now I'd like to show you a few important cross sections. We have additional cross sections, but we are limited in time, so I'm just going to show you a couple important ones. The first one above is of the regional trail, which is shown in yellow. This has trees on both sides, and it protects the naturally preserved area. We are showing a split rail fence to protect this area from human disturbance. The width of the trail is 2 to 4 meters, as we expect this to be a highly utilized trail. Next is the local trail, which is shown in blue. A majority of these trails exist, and we won't be touching them. They also have vegetation and trees on both sides. And for the ones we are creating, we are proposing a 1 to 1.5 meter pathway. Finally, we're going to show the multi-use pathway. This is shown in red above. These are quite a bit different than the regional and local trails, as they're more urban, closer to housing, and focus on multimodal usage, such as walking, biking, and running. This is why the path is shown as a wider 2.5 to 3 meter pathway and will likely be made of more impervious surfaces. So now I'd like to pass it on to Brandon, who will show you additional detail with some viewpoint images.
Thanks, Brianna. So again, this has been a tricky site in that we're trying to balance, protect, and create habitat for both animals, insects, fish, and humans. And so the fine balancing act that we're trying to do here is protect areas that are important and house areas that are less important. So these images are trying to indicate the amount of green remaining in areas where it perceived on the plan that there's less than the larger kind of the larger forested area to the northwest. So this picture here is shown from, if you look at the top right, from the railway basically into the south part of the site, at the base of the Englishman River, at the Top Bridge Park trail connection. And that would be showing kind of one of the last development parcels. The next image is of where we would consider to be one of the first phases, which would be off of Greig Road. So this is the Greig Road entry, essentially. We'd propose to have a pedestrian entry in from Greig Road, maybe in the future having a vehicular. Here would be a drop-off area, a bike repair spot, a dog park, as well as drop-off areas for hikers or walkers, etc., as well as a viewing platform to look over the wetlands. And finally, this is an aerial perspective looking to the south over top of the entire property and down the Englishman River. And so this will give you a bit of a perspective of where the housing pockets reside and how we tried to nestle them into the forested areas. Lastly, we would like to talk about how all of these things work in reality and what type of commitments we've been discussing with the city. And for that, I'd like to pass this to Kevin.
Hi there, Kevin Foster, Vice President of Development for District Group. I think it's safe to say there's a bit of skepticism with respect to this development, and we understand that we're building trust in this community. And this is the first time we've had the pleasure of appearing before this council. Trust is something that takes time to earn, and we're working on earning that trust in this community. To date, we've had one successful development here. We've been working in Parksville for 5 years. We delivered 122 rental units on Molliet, with another 130 to come by early 2024. However, it's not enough for us to stand in front of you today and simply say that we're going to build beautiful trails and we're going to have this large sort of park space. We're going to stay away from the Englishman River, because we haven't earned that trust yet in this community. And so we're asking ourselves, how do we guarantee this? How do we guarantee what we're proposing to do here to the city of Parksville to make sure that people believe that we're going to do what we say we're going to do? So in the spirit of that guarantee, what we're proposing to do is enter into legal agreements with the city that will be registered on title to the land that will carry forward in perpetuity forever, to make sure that this land is used in a specific way, that if we achieve rezoning here and we develop this property as intended, that there'll be certain ironclad rules for how it proceeds. So the first proposal you see in commitments is the green space agreement. And what we're proposing to do is put an agreement on title that says that 53.4 acres of this land will have no structure ever built in it forever in perpetuity. We call it a green space covenant. The second agreement we propose to put on title to ensure that we're respecting the floodplain is a floodplain protection agreement, which would ensure that, again, certain aspects of the floodplain area will not be built in. We want to enter into an agreement with the city that formalizes the trail system. I think it's important to note today that this is private land as it exists today. And the only reason why the trails are on the land is because the landowner has allowed that to occur out of good grace. We would propose to formalize that in a legal agreement so that this land can be enjoyed by the public going forward. And this is a wonderful opportunity to do that. The fourth agreement that we intend to enter into with the city is a guarantee that the first 100 units that get built on this land is for rental purposes only. The fifth agreement that we propose to enter into is with respect to traffic. You heard earlier tonight from Mike that the TIA, or traffic impact assessment, that we had commissioned for this project was benign. Notwithstanding that, we're proposing at halfway through the development to restudy that to ensure that we're efficient and to ensure that this level of density makes sense. The sixth agreement is a voluntary monetary contribution of $1,600 per unit, which would be paid to the city at building permit for those units in the aggregate amount for the project of $1.28 million. Those are the commitments that we're proposing to make. I'm just going to hand it back to Brandon now.
Thanks, Kev. So with that, I'm going to summarize this presentation, and then I'll turn it over to Mayor and Council for any questions. And again, we have our consultants here to help answer any technical questions that you might have. And we're happy to sit up and answer any non-technical questions as well. So just to summarize, we took a look at the civil infrastructure. We are proposing to efficiently utilize the existing civil infrastructure that's put in place and has been in place for 30 years or more. We're proposing to improve the transportation system by way of the traffic impact assessment we've done and the improvements to the current system. We feel that this proposal meets the goals of the current OCP. We are maintaining floodplain setbacks and committing to securing those under legal agreements. We've contemplated existing environmental protection, sensitive natural area protection, river protection, formalizing the existing trail network. We've added 30% more trails. We've added parks, more treed areas where there currently isn't, creating 5 neighborhood pockets with a diversity of housing, 10 or so different housing types. And we're securing all of this with legal agreements on title. And as our friend and urban planning specialist says, we're creating a climate resilient and inclusive development with a variety and choice of housing, expanding public amenities, enriching the trail network, and creating a net environmental gain and social gain. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I think that we're probably ready to go into questions right now. So everyone understands the format. The only one allowed questions at this particular time to the district group are the members of council. And then if you have further questions that you'd like answered, I suggest you email council and they will direct those questions at a later date and then respond directly to you with those. Would be the best way to, if the public themselves have questions after the council has their opportunity tonight. Thank you. So is there any councillors that have any questions or comments to the group? Councillor Wood.
Through the chair, just a quick question. You did show one bear den on one of the maps. I had heard that there might be 2. Do we know if they're still being used? Do we know if, you know, how active they are? Have we looked into that? You might need your habitat consultant for that one.
Yep,
Thank you.
Adam's got it. Be right here.
Hi, I'm Adam Compton, registered professional biologist with Environmental Dynamics in Nanaimo. Yeah, we found the bear den on the northwest corner of the property. It's in the riparian area of the river, and we acknowledge that there could be more. We didn't inspect every single tree on the property, but certainly prior to any development of a given area, pre-clearing surveys would be required to identify if there are any other bear dens.
Just a follow-up question through the chair. If we did find further bear dens, how do we protect them?
Yeah, depending on where they are, if they're in an area that in a riparian zone, they would get protected anyway, and that's probably more likely where they would be. If not, they're not legally protected under the Wildlife Act unless they're occupied. So certainly we would be looking at doing any sort of land clearing when they're not there. And again, doing pre-clearing surveys to make sure we're not causing undue harm.
Thank you.
Councillor Gore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to start with a few comments through the chair to our delegation or presenters. So I did read your reports quite in depth. I just wanted to make some clarifications from what I understand reading the reports. I guess there was a mention that this area was a gravel pit. So just to clarify, only a small portion of this land was gravel pit, not the entire property. When it comes to the reports, I see that there was recommendations from the staff asking for the school district and the Ministry of Health reports. Those are not present in your binder. I know there was a mention about the civil infrastructure. I guess that will follow up with the other things that we'll be asking about the floodplain. But I think in my opinion, if we are stretching the city infrastructure to the outskirts, almost creating a township, I think we are looking at a lot of maintenance and servicing cost for the city of Parksville to bear once the development has gone through. Now, I think next there was a mention about the OCP amendment, saying that since 1987, we were looking at about 400 units. That's, in my opinion, is not true because this, as of today, it's designated as A1 agriculture. So if 25 years ago, they wanted to build 400 units, it should have been zoned previously, in my opinion. As of today, we can only build about 14 houses on this. With the bear dens, I understand they were unoccupied, but that does not mean they were not being used. I don't think you have to see a bear in a bear den to see it's being an active bear den. I understand Ms. Mussatto talked about saying only 60 acres will be developed. But in the next part of the presentation, I think I forget, sorry, you mentioned that only 53 acres will not be built. That's kind of like contradictory in my opinion, because of the 140 acres of the property, 60 acres is undevelopable. Only 80 acres is what you can technically develop. So the numbers, the figures are not matching in my opinion, sorry. Those are some of the comments, and after this, if other councilors have questions, I'll start with the questions. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Councilor Gore. Some of the comments that Mr. Gore made, would the presenters like to address those while they're fresh in your mind?
Yeah, so I think the first one was school district and Ministry of Health referrals, and pardon my ignorance, but those referrals go out through the city, and so I haven't seen them either. So it's a good question. So we would have to defer that to city staff, but we can definitely follow up with that and get back to you. As far as the OCP goes, the OCP is a designation that is for the future, and until an applicant, usually until an applicant comes up and requests the rezoning, it stays in the OCP until further date, unless the city decides to rezone consistent with the OCP, which obviously hasn't occurred in this particular instance. My understanding of the current zoning of A1 is that they're 5 acre minimum lot size, but up to 2 dwelling units per 5 acre parcel. So you could take 140 acres, divide it by 5 and times it by 2, and that's how many dwelling units you could get there. Lastly, we discussed developable versus non-developable and parkland. And so I guess a couple of the statistics we were using, one of them was the area we are going to covenant over and protect long-term, which would be, call it long-term park space, environmental setback area, et cetera, within the legal agreement. But there's also a number of green spaces that wouldn't have that covenant on it throughout the development. So when you take a look at the actual net area of developable, where the houses sit and the roads go, that's what those statistics were referring to. And so that's the clarification on those. So hopefully that answers, or at least gives you an answer to your questions. I think that was it.
Thank you. And is there another councilor member that wishes to raise a question? Councilor Martin.
Through the Mayor O'Brien, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Initially, when I saw this, I still thought, they're very flippant about traffic, and I drive over the bridge every day, that bridge, 65 years old. And it's, with 400 more homes, just for starters, before they even check the traffic. It seems to me it needs more research. That's one concern I have, for sure. And the other concern is I see all your, I'm concerned about having pavement around near the river. I think, we don't need any pavement there. If you're going to have any kind of a road, it would have to be some sort of a environmentally friendly road, so the water goes through. We've had many floods on this area. I've been in this area all my life, and I've seen the floods on Englishman River, so I know about the floods. So that would be a suggestion if you're considering that. And the other thing is, I see all the trees and with the houses. Do you just do a complete clear cut and then plant more trees, or how does it work? That would be the last question. Thank you.
Thank you. And to the district group, if you could address Councilor Martin's comments at this time, I'd appreciate it.
Yep, we can do that. So 3 questions were traffic, bridge, more studies required. What do we do with the roads near the river? And can we create a more permeable surface? And then what do we do with the development pockets as far as trees go? So the first question on traffic is that a study area is given to us as called terms of reference. That terms of reference is used to create a traffic report, a traffic study looking at the different intersections and utilization of those roads. The bridge itself fell outside of that, those terms of reference. However, the areas that were within the terms of reference were rated very, very low as far as traffic reports go. And so they didn't feel the need to add the bridge to it. However, as we stated in the presentation, once we get to a certain number of housing units, we suggested 400 in this particular presentation, which is half of the total we're proposing, that a further study would be required by us to address and look at those intersections again and possibly expand the study area. As far as roads go, so we're proposing to move the RDN trail to the southern part of the housing pocket, which would be a permeable trail, of course, with a split rail fence protecting the 35 meters from 5-year floodplain level. Within the development, which would be another 120 feet likely away, there would be a road. Whether that's a permeable road or a paved road, I think we're happy to discuss either of those situations. But also, I think we should state in that particular area of the site, the banks are quite high. And so the floodplain at the 500-year level is still with the development pocket is outside of that. So in those particular areas, I don't know that we need to, but we definitely can look at it. And then as far as the housing goes, depending on where we are and where those housing pockets sit, and again, these drawings were put together to represent a design concept at a rezoning stage. And so as we get into further details and have to come back for environmental development, assuming we get to the next stage, we have to come back in for environmental development permits, form and character development permits, and there's all sorts of other mechanisms to look at exactly how those go. Typically, when we're building smaller, call it more compact development sites, but lower density like this, we would try to retain as many of the nice big trees as possible within the development pockets. But oftentimes the roads and where the houses go do eliminate a lot of those, and so they get replanted.
Councillor Fraz, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Through the mayor to our delegation, first, I just want to say thank you for putting together such a upgraded and detailed plans from when we last saw you. I think a lot of what you're showing us here today it's been great to see, particularly the agreements that you're looking to put in place. Sounds like you've been recognizing the community's concerns for things like the floodplain, the green space. I appreciate that you wanted to put them into legal agreements and also maintain the trails in there because, as you mentioned, it is private property that's being allowed for people to maintain the trail access they like. Through some of the drawings that you guys showed, I have to say it really reminded me of being in Whistler, that kind of atmosphere of being surrounded in that green space, which I think it's what people are really admiring and wanting when they talk about the wonderful natural beauty that we have in our area. It leans towards the urban canopies that we all desire having around us. So I think it would be a very desirable place for people to want to live. Now, understandably, there's been some people that have been making a concerted effort for these plans not to go through. And so I wanted to ask you, under this agricultural zoning that it's currently zoned for, if your guys' plans didn't succeed, what could be some of the possibilities that would happen with this land? And I guess kind of leading into like where this is coming from is what I've seen with agricultural land up by Chattel Road by the gun range there. There's agricultural land that has been clear cut, just everything completely was wiped out. And a concern that I would have is it possible that this land, if you weren't able to go ahead with your plans, could be sold and then a new owner come in and just clear cut the land without any of the promises for green space like you guys have been willing to commit to. So what would be the alternatives happening with this land?
So I'll start by answering specifically your question, and then I'll turn it over to Mike about, what do we do if. So just before the meeting, I pulled out the zoning bylaw for A1 just to refresh my memory. And so under the A1 zone, the approved uses are agriculture, domestic industry, home-based business, horticulture, produce stand, single family, silviculture, and medical marijuana. And so I guess the answer is if we weren't going to do this, and Michael talked a little bit about us not doing anything here. But I guess any other owner could do any of those things. So our understanding is they could mow down the lot, all the trees down to the environmental setback areas, 15 meters around the wetland and 30 meters from the river. They could put up a fence and get rid of all the trails and take it over for grazing if they want, or put a feed lot on or something. But I don't think that's in our interests. We're not, some people create automobiles and others work in steel factories, and our business is creating housing. And so if we weren't to proceed on this, I think it would go to somebody else, and somebody else would have to figure it out.
Well, thank you for answering that. I do have to say that from seeing you guys come forward over the last year and with projects in the past, I have to agree that the trust you've been building in the community is definitely noticed. And I particularly recognize that all the concerns that have been brought forward, you guys have been willing to address. And I believe that if people really generally bring forward their concerns, that you'll try to make it a win-win situation. And I think that's what we're seeing here today through your presentation. So thank you very much for coming out tonight.
Councillor Grims.
Thank you, Mayor Ryan. Question for the presenters through the chair. First of all, are those available? Maybe I might be able to grab one of those to reference. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation today. My first questions are around the overall plan and how long that will take to roll out. You mentioned that the plan is to make the first 100 units be rental units. Can you maybe speak a little bit about the proposed phases of development and what kind of demographics you anticipate would be targeted by those phases? First 100 units being rental. So maybe speak a little bit more about that. And then how big is that first phase of those? Like what portion of the first phase is that 100 rental units proposed to be?
I guess I'm up again. So we've partaken in building a few lower density development sites in one in Port Alberni, one in Predator Ridge. We're looking at other locations. We find that this product types, we call it the missing middle. There's apartments being built all over the place, and there's single family homes being rented, but there's not really the townhouse or the fourplex or the duplex or the 3-story walk up. And what we like about it is that it provides a number of different price points for people. It's a rental product, although our philosophy is that rental product is not for people that can't afford to buy. It's their home, and they've decided to rent instead of own, or a life decision, brought them to that particular thing. So when we build these, we look at all different demographics, from families to elderly to young couples, and also professionals. I know there's been a lot of talk about in a lot of communities the lack of medical professionals, dental professionals, doctors, teachers. There's a lot of different classes that are missing as far as rounding out a community, and the housing type from our perspective is meant to address all of those. And one philosophy that we prescribe to is that in the past, people would move to look for work. So work would be available and they would move to that community to get that job. And I think now we're in a different spot. People are moving to communities because there's housing available. Most communities that we've been working in have had zero or close to zero vacancy rates. And we believe that part of the lack of professionals and workers is that there's not a multitude of housing to choose from. And so our intention would be to try to pick up as many of those classifications as we could in the housing that we provide.
Through the chair, thank you. Yeah, and I would just add that when we talk about sustainability of housing, we need to recognize that single-family homes are perhaps the most unsustainable form of housing. And that is something that we've seen a lot of in this community. And I think we may be shifting into a new era in terms of trying to be more conscientious about our environmental footprint. May I ask another question on a completely different topic? Thank you, Chair. So through the chair, could you speak a little bit more about the risks around flooding in the area? Specifically, have you spoken with any insurance companies, whether they'd be willing to insure any properties that would be built in this area? And also maybe can you speak a little bit to 30 meter setback, increasing that to 35. Do you feel that 35 is actually enough of a setback to protect the river and the critical salmon habitat in that river? Thank you.
So I'll quickly just talk about insurance, and then if I've got Scott Lewis here can talk a little bit more about the floodplain, and Adam can speak to the setback. And so on an insurance basis, and houses being insurable, we're actually not in the floodplain with the housing. And so the housing should be completely insurable, just like anybody else anywhere in town. So if we had been building in the floodplain, which we're proposing not to, then yes, there are some insurance issues that come along with that. But in our particular proposal, there shouldn't be any issues with that. So maybe Scott can talk a little bit about there are certain technical ways to build in the floodplain. Now, we're not proposing to do that. So, but maybe Scott can just talk about the flood construction levels and things to just round out the conversation so that we have all of the information.
Hello. Oh, sorry. I'm Scott Lewis. I'm a senior project manager, professional engineer with Appleton Martin Consultants. We're based in Nanaimo. I've been working on this project for coming up 3 years now, I think. In regards to the floodplain, there was some studies that came out. What was done by KWL through the regional district that were. Oh, thank you. That define the 10-year, the 5-year, 10-year, 200-year, and 500-year. And the floodplain was identified by the province in 1995, and those are all the maps that were being used at that time. The province is now going through and they're revamping all of their floodplains, and there's a new report that says just come out. And what they're doing is they're taking the 200-year floodplain and they're adding the 25% contingency to it. They're adding climate change to it. They're adding a contingency in regards to the freeboard that's required if you're building within a floodplain, and ultimately determining where a flood construction elevation is. So the way that the reports are coming out that I've been reviewing, the 200-year plus all of the contingencies that are been put in place that will come up with the new reports are actually aligning with the 500-year that was in the past. So as we move forward through these designs, we have all the models that have come from the reports. We'll be using those models to actually model any of the roads or buildings that actually get designed. So I think the answer to your question is any of the information and design work that we're doing will meet these new reports. So
Can you speak to the, through the chair, to the setbacks as well, or is that someone else talking to that? Okay, thank you. Yeah, with regard to the setback for the protection of fish habitat, the 30 meters comes from the riparian areas protection regulation, which is a provincial regulation that's provides a methodology that's based on science to provide protection of the features, functions, and conditions of riparian fish habitat. With a low gradient river that's greater than 10 meters wide, in this case, the maximum setback prescribed is 30 meters. So according to that science, 30 meters is the number, and that's measured from the high water mark, which is the 1 in 5 year floodplain. And district is providing 35 meters just as an extra buffer, which will help protect tree roots that are on the border of the riparian setback.
Thank you. And through to Councillor Bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to the presenters. Thank you very much for your presentation. I find it very, very interesting. And love seeing all the trails and walkability, et cetera, and that's within the development. I am curious if, as part of the traffic analysis, was there any thought to pedestrian or cycling traffic, if you like, connecting to shops, to downtown, to grocery areas and things like that. So, because what I see and what I do have a bit of concern about is that, and going back to our OCP, that, you know, we want to see people less reliant on cars. And I'm just wondering if you've given some thought to that connection to our downtown and shops.
Can answer that. So in our traffic impact assessment, what is looked at is mostly the traffic concerns and how those traffic concerns interact with pedestrians and cyclists, et cetera. So when we look at the intersection work that is required, that would go along with updating pedestrian signals and crossings. Further than that, though, looking at, say, bike lanes outside of our property down to the downtown, et cetera, that's not typically included in the impact assessment. So we look primarily at our internal streets and our borders as far as the property goes, but not typically outside of what's required to make sure everything functions properly. So no other additional upgrades, I guess, are looked at when we do those traffic studies.
Follow up.
Thank you. However, I did note that if it did go ahead, there were some money per unit, and, you know, I'm just kidding that, you know, maybe some of those things might go to improving that. That's an aside. I do have another question, though. I know that there was mention that you specialize in rental accommodation, and that the plan would be to have the first 100 units be rental. I will tell you, I enjoyed seeing that there was a real plan for a mix of, you know, 3-story walk-ups and, you know, and townhouses and so on. Is the plan that all of these residences be strictly rental, or will there be a mix of homes for purchase as well as rentals? And that wasn't clear to me.
So in the first 100 units, which would be the first phase, say off of Greig Road, we would propose to do all rental, all long-term rental, which, and there'd be a multitude of housing types within that first phase. As far as the future phases go, I think what we're proposing here is to come up with a plan to pocket these neighborhoods. And we're proposing to have different housing types. And whether we build them or another builder builds them, we set up the infrastructure and set up the program. And then we provide housing on a go-forward basis that way. And so as we envision this, there could be co-op housing, there could be sale housing, there could be low-cost housing, there could be all sorts of different types of housing on the property. Because these things take so long, as we described earlier, at around 50 to 75 units per year on a good year, it would take quite some time to get to the end. And so as the market changes is the other, I guess, nice thing about building these things out over a long period of time. The housing needs and demands change. We think that housing is changing, to Councillor Grenz's point earlier. The single family home is fairly inefficient. It's nice to have one if you have one, but affordability is a big thing these days. And so as the market changes, I think we set up the types and we move forward on a case-by-case basis as we move into the future.
Very good. Councillor Gore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through the mayor to our presenters. I want to touch back on the floodplain map 1 in 500. I know your floodplain specialist mentioned that it's in agreement with the 1 in 200 that the RDN presented. I would disagree. I have the picture here of the 1 in 200 from the RDN. It's very different. If you look at the southern portion of the property, it's actually supposed to flood the most of the entire property. And you do have developments in the floodplain. This is from the RDN, and the RDN report does mention, and again, it's very congruent to the 1985 that the province of BC did the floodplain mapping. This is exact from the RDN website. And when the RDN did their presentation in July of this year, they did mention that the severity of flooding and the frequency is going to rise. So we are looking at the areas that may not be in the floodplain in your development proposal will likely be more of it will be in the floodplain. So that's my question, and I want to add a few things that
Councillor Gore, could we have that about your floodplain question? Could we answer
it
that
is
right
part
now?
of the floodplain, actually.
Oh,
Sorry.
your next question? Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor,
Go
sorry.
ahead. Yes.
So I want to bring in what the province is doing and what the federal government is trying to get away from developing from floodplains. So this is an agreement that was signed in 2017, I apologize, between the province of BC and Canada. And part of the agreement is restricted both governments from further undertakings, including construction of or a major addition to structures or a change in the use of land in areas that are vulnerable to flooding and are located in designated floodplains. So I think we are not planning for future in this proposal. We are putting a lot of future residents at risk. We are putting a lot of city resources, which are already very strained. And I understand in the proposal, you're also mentioning to add assisted living. So adding seniors on a floodplain away from the city. So it's kind of very alarming to me. Thank you.
So just to clarify your question, it was, you had a map from the RDN's report that showed the floodplain being further than what we currently show. I think we have a copy of that. And you're questioning what information are we using to signify ours? And in your opinion, it's conflicting with the information that you have. And so can we clarify that conflicting information?
Okay, so I'm going to go back to the 1 in 500 year plan that we had received when we started this development. And we took that information and we drew it into our site plans, right? We'd identified that there's a floodplain boundary, and that floodplain boundary is where the limits, where the water may flood to in 500 years. So fast forward to the last, I have the reports actually right here, and the last updated one was the staff report to the RDN that summarizes that the province is going through a change in how they're evaluating floodplains. So the information now that we have received, they've given us a new line, which is the 100, the 1 and 200 year, plus the a 25% addition, plus a 1 year sea rise, plus 0.6 freeboard above that. So now we have, and they call that the new 200-year line. So what is happening is now the 200-year line is aligning with the old 500-year line. That's probably where you're getting the difference in your lines from what I can see.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to follow up, so in my understanding, the 1 in 500 should be covering, like it should show the worst case scenario in the 500 years. So should it not cover more of the area rather than a 1 in 200?
Well, if you go back and look at the 1 in 200 year, when the 1 in 500 years, it's not as far, right? But what they've done is they've taken the one and try to describe it. So the 1 in 200 year was here, the 1 in 500 year was here, right? So what they've done is they've taken and they've added all these contingencies to it. Now the new 1 in 200 year, with all the contingencies they've added to, is aligning with the 1 in 500 year. Does that make sense?
But like I said, this is from July 2022. This is the map they printed, the RDN.
Yes.
And if you look at your floodplain map, yours is way down here, close to the 35-meter setback from the river.
Scott and I are going to tag team this discussion because I think there's an important difference in the two maps we're talking about here. So what you have there, if you actually look, so that's the RDN's current, so that's the flood construction level contour line that gets created out of their model, which defines a floodplain study area or a floodplain development permit area. So if you actually went to Parksville's GIS online and clicked on floodplain development area, the hatched area that comes up is not very different than that. In fact, the modeling showed very little difference. But there's a big difference between the area you study to make sure you're not impacting the floodplain versus where water actually goes when it floods. So what happens is they take that modeling information and then they have to use LiDAR and survey information of the actual stream channel and the land around it. And then they can put the water down it. And that's what that looks like. So what we have to do with the city, the planning staff, is that we go for a phaseless development. We have to get a floodplain development permit. What that floodplain development permit means is that whatever we're building has to meet the elevations that are on that contour map, so that those buildings are flood proof from a 200-year or 500-year flood. So the actual regulation for buildings is a 200-year with, I guess, all these new contingencies where they're going. So that's a meter of sea level rise, plus taking the statistical weather data and adding 25% to it for contingency for global warming, things like that. What we're defining up here with this blue line is that's where the water actually goes in a 500-year event, and that's what we're staying out of, so that any of our development actually doesn't impact downstream or neighboring. Because we could fill the whole site up 10 meters of dirt, and then we'd be flood-proofed. But then there's a whole bunch of area that the water was supposed to go that now goes downstream and is deeper and impacts neighboring or further properties. So that's why it's important that we're outside of actually where the water goes. But your map is entirely correct, and that will dictate floodplain development permits, which really comes down to the pockets that we're working within, the 5 development pockets that Brianna talked about, that every building there sits at an appropriate elevation, which is defined by that. Hopefully that makes the distinction between what's defined as a study area and building rules versus where water actually ends up. You may want to add to that, Scott, if there's any.
The only other comment is what they're also doing is they're adding, like, previously there was a freeboard of 0.3 that you go over a major flood area. That's now increased to 0.6. So they've doubled that contingency, which is now in all of the new data and reports that's come out.
Councillor Fraz, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor to the delegation, in regards to the parks and trail management, is this land going to be strataed, or is it going to be expectation the city of Parksville maintains the trail networks, or how will the parks and trail strategy management be taken care of?
The trails would be, well, first of all, they'd be in a no build covenant, so they'd be secured for public access. We'd be looking to find a partner on that could help us manage that trail network, whether that be the city of Parksville or a third party group. There's also the environmentally sensitive areas that we'd be looking at partnering with a conservation group to help us manage that for the long term. We've even contemplated, selling that portion for $1 to a non-for-profit or a charity group. And the city, I think in our agreement, the city actually has the ability to decide how that gets dealt with, whether they want to keep it or we need to deal with it and manage it, and maintain it, or we go to a third party group to help us do that.
Right, because to me, I mean, there would be a lot of costs with managing the trail networks and that too. So yeah, interesting to see what you guys would land on as to the final agreements would be.
Thank you, Councillor Fraz. Over to Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to our presenters this evening. I am curious to know if you've had any meetings either with representatives from Nature's Trust who own considerable property that as conservation land in the area, or with one of our stream keepers group, MIVI, Mid Vancouver Island Habitat Enhancement Society. If you've, if you've had an opportunity to meet with them, to talk with them, they are a local, well, volunteer in some cases, but with people who have very strong credentials in the area. So that's my question.
Yeah, to answer your question, we have met with a number of those groups. I think that it's been a bit of a tricky discussion, to be honest with you. While these groups are interested in the Englishman River and looking after it, we're in a bit of a political decision-making time. And so I think the communications that we've had from a number of these groups have been, let's see how this shakes out and we get through the rezoning or not, and then we can have some discussions, because currently, without getting to the next phase of this, whether we move forward with some sort of rezoning proposal or not, the discussion changes. And so getting into the details of how this would go is a little bit difficult, other than having some preliminary discussions to say, hey, we've got this land. We're not specialists in maintaining and managing environmentally sensitive areas or parks and trails for that matter. However, we do have infrastructure in place to do management of those types of things with our developments. So there is some of that we can do for sure. And so I think we've been keeping these groups warm, so to speak, in taking the next steps of them if we can get through the rezoning process. If that makes sense.
Councillor Wood.
Through the mayor, this might have been covered already, and I might have missed it, but your rental housing commitments for the first 100 units, is it a 10-year agreement, or can we push it out a bit? I've heard complaints that 10-year agreement for rental units might be too short. And so I forget if we had already covered that tonight.
No, we haven't actually talked about it. And so typically BC housing rental agreements, 10-year kind of thing. However, we are happy to talk about longer term. Our intention is to have this as long-term rental. It's not our intention to turn around and sell it as strata units. And so sitting here today, we feel there's a big need for that product in Parksville. And we'd be willing to commit more time than just the kind of typical 10-year.
Thank you. Through to Councillor Martin.
Through the mayor, I want to hitchhike on what Councillor Wood talked about here. On our campaign, we had so many families that have their children living in their homes with them. They want to stay in Parksville. And so would this lend to young people in their 20s being able to afford to live there? Will the rent be within reason? Can you tell that right now? At this stage, because it's really needed. A lot. Thank you.
I guess all I can say at this stage is that because we're contemplating different types of rental, larger units, smaller units, et cetera, that there will be a different price point for each of those unit types. Of course, as we move forward and look at what that's going to cost us to build is tough to say. Construction prices I just saw today another increase in construction prices. And so there's a fine balance between providing that as close to cost as we can on a rental basis and actually being able to build it. And so it's with inflation the way it is right now, we're hoping that interest rates will start to settle out in the next little while and inflation will get more under control, and we'll be able to stabilize some of those pricing and be able to maintain prices and not see them escalate like they have been over the past while. But sitting here today, not knowing when we're going to get started, if we're going to get started, it's a little tough to pinpoint a rental profile for the product.
So the will is there, but you just don't know how it's going to happen. Okay, you understand
Correct.
what's needed.
We understand, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through our mayor to the delegation. I see you mentioned that in the green space covenant area, it will be protected in perpetuity. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If I may. I read that there is a notwithstanding section 1.1 alpha and Article 2, which undermines all good things that you're promising, saying that you could build later on. Is that true?
There is an area adjacent to the first phase that's marginally within the floodplain area that we would be looking to a future approval potentially if the city deemed that was a good thing to do as far as the property goes. The reason why that was built into that agreement was because the infrastructure in place, the sanitary sewer line underneath the river, water capacity, et cetera, contemplated 1,000 of these multifamily units. We're only asking for 800 in this proposal. And so as a relief valve, if the city did need to have more housing in the future after we've built out 800 units in 25 years or 15 years or whatever it's going to take, that is there, but it would require another discussion like this with the city in order to do that. And so it's not a guaranteed approval. It's hey, this has capacity for this amount. Maybe we should build something into the agreement to allow for that potentially in the future.
One more. So do those 800 units that you're proposing also include the 100 assisted living units, or are those in addition to those 800 principal units?
I'm not entirely sure where the assisted living units came from, other than it might be in an agreement to allow for it to occur. But in our current plans, like I had said before, we're committing to 100 rental units in the first phase and a multitude of housing availability into the future as the site builds out. I think the idea is that seniors living is a different zoning than your typical multifamily. And so if in the future that was something that was required, or there needed to be a site for that, and there wasn't a better viable location and there was a site available within this development, then that might be contemplated. But in our current plans, the contemplation is 100 rental units on the first 10 acres of the site in the top northeast corner.
Looking around the table, council, is there any further questions from council at this time? Councillor Gore.
Thank you,
George.
Mr. Mayor. Sorry, delegation, I have one more question. So are you planning on purchasing the entire 140 acres, or are you going to buy it in like parcels of 10 acres and develop it, then purchase another 10 acres?
The current plan is we're working hand in hand with the current landowner. And we have structured a deal with them to be able to walk through the project together. And so our first purchase, so to speak, would be the first 10 acres. But as part of working together, we are the kind of front runner to help get the master plan figured out with the consultants, et cetera. And our intention would be to walk through the project on an ongoing basis, building out the entirety of the project. I just wanted to come back to your rental housing thing for a quick sec. I think in the agreement, what it says is that there's an allowable 100, or in the zone, an allowable 100 units for seniors. And I think that was to prohibit it all being seniors. And so it's saying to a maximum of 100, so that we didn't come in and build an entire seniors complex that didn't allow for the families and the younger groups to come in there and rent. So that was a bit of a, yeah, that's what that was in there for. So I hope that those two things answer your question.
Very good. The floor is yours, Councillor Dorr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would you be willing to remove that notwithstanding section 1.1 for the green space covenant?
Sorry, can you?
Sorry, yeah. Would you be willing to remove the notwithstanding section 1.1 from the green space covenant area for future development?
I think if that meant us being able to rezone the remainder of the land, I think we would be willing to forego that extra area.
Very good. Looking around the table, council, it's your opportunity. You're all satisfied. Councillor Grens, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Question through the chair to the delegation. Touched on this a little bit earlier on the sort of vision moving forward and what's being built out according to your ideas and plans. I believe somewhere along the line, I heard discussion around retail or some other services or amenities that would be contemplated for the property. Maybe can you clarify what that might look like?
Yeah, so there was a discussion and provision to provide some retail. Our perspective on retail is being housing providers. We look at the community at large and where the best spot to provide retail would be. And so in this particular case, we didn't feel that bringing traffic, retail is a large traffic generator. And so bringing traffic out to this area of town didn't seem reasonable. However, it is always nice to have and reasonable to have some small convenience retail. Maybe it's a coffee shop or a sales center or a rental center for some time while you're building out the site. And so the provision of retail really was to address that, not to provide a whole bunch of retail taking away from the downtown and the businesses downtown. It was more of an add-on to allow for sales of homes and a rental center for homes, and then potentially that converting to a clubhouse and maybe a small little component of coffee shop or a little sandwich shop. That was it.
Thank you. Looking around the table once more time. I think that's about it for council questions. I'll allow you a final statement if you wish, or if not, you can just.
I may just one more, Mr. Mayor. I was just through the chair hoping that maybe you can clarify or reinforce the idea of parceling off a portion of the property that would potentially, say, be taken over by Nature's Trust or some other organization that would purchase it for $1 or $2 you mentioned. Can you maybe speak a little bit more about that? And presumably that would be like a fee simple ownership by Nature's Trust that would then happen, and also would probably require additional council approval to subdivide the property, presumably.
Yeah, so the idea would be that we would subdivide off the parkland area from the main parcel, and that would be there would be a no build covenant on it. There'd be trails through it. And those trails would have additional legal agreements securing public access. So the thought process is that that area needs to be managed, and that area will be managed by us until A, the city decides that they want it, B, the city decides that they don't want it and they want us to deal with it, in which case we would be looking for a partner, which could be the Nature's Trust, could be some of these other groups that are available and out there that do this type of thing, non-for-profits, et cetera. And at that time, we would be willing to part with that piece of land so that they could have complete control over it. And that would all be secured through the rezoning. So it would be deemed park. It would have that zone attached to it. And then the non-for-profit would then manage that piece of property at their discretion.
Thank you very much. Any further statements from the district group today?
Yeah, I'll say one last thing. We do recognize that this property being along the Englishman River has a lot of different components that had to be looked at, scrubbed, reports, floodplain mapping, civil infrastructure, traffic, providing housing that the province needs, providing a multitude of different options for people at different price points throughout the market. We know that this has taken a lot of our efforts and a lot of our consultants' efforts, and we do believe that we've done the best job that we could have up to this point. We do recognize that we're not perfect either, and if there are things that come up that we aren't aware of, or we're overlooking, or we're not looking at properly, we are and always have been open to have these discussions with anyone in the community. And we're happy to meet, to discuss, to talk about methods and means to be able to balance all of these different components. And I think as human beings, we have to find a way to balance these things. People need habitat as much as fish need habitat. And right now we're in a bit of a housing crisis in the province. And so of course, I'm being a bit biased. It is our livelihood. It is how we put food on the table for our families. However, we also believe in what we're providing, and we're hoping that we can provide Parksville with, I think, all of the things that it needs with securing trail networks, providing secured habitat, and providing housing. And so we thank you for having us here and listening to us. And hopefully we can come back and talk to you a bunch more about this in coming days, weeks, and years. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and I appreciate the effort you've made by bringing all your experts and panel here today. It was most helpful to have people that make this their expertise, and we appreciate you taking that time. Thank you very much, and we'll carry on with the council meeting. We'll let you pack up your gear. We have another delegation to follow, so once you're out of the way, and folks, if anyone who wants to leave now, you'd be probably well positioned to do that at this time. If I could call for that answers my question. So just to let you know, our first delegation this evening is the Regional District of Nanaimo with the Regional Growth Strategy Review Update. Presentation by Jay Schile, planner for the Regional District of Nanaimo, to provide an update on the progress of the Regional Growth Strategy Review.
You think it's something I said?
Sorry for making you wait so long. It was a
Very interesting discussion.
yes, it was a very large project, so we need that discussion. Thank you.
Ready?
Are we able to close the bifolds? Sorry for the commotion. Thank you, staff. Carry on with your presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Schile. I'm a senior planner with the Regional District of Nanaimo. I'm joined here this evening by two of my colleagues, Kim Fowler, Manager of Long Range Planning and Energy Sustainability. It's a mouthful, I know. As well as Lisa Grant, our General Manager of Planning and Development. This evening, I wanted to talk to you on three key things, very specifically about the regional growth strategy, how and where we're going to grow over the next 20 years. I'm going to briefly talk about the purpose of the regional growth strategy, move us through an overview of the RGS update process, and then talk to you a little bit about next steps and how does that relate to the city of Parksville. So what is a regional growth strategy? So going back into the early 90s, the province reintroduced the concept of regional planning in BC. It specifically was looking for an interactive planning mechanism, which is formalized in legislation through two main tools, a regional growth strategy and a regional context statement. The purpose of the RGS is to promote coordination between the municipalities and the electoral areas. Particularly, it is intended to help discuss, coordinate, and collaborate on issues that are cross municipal boundaries. Examples such as housing, transportation, environment, economic development, climate change, and much more. So by comparison, it may be more commonly known or more familiar to you, official community plans. So by comparison, official community plan is more short-term, about 5 years. It's more detailed. It represents the unique characteristics of each individual community and the specific values of that community. The links between the regional growth strategy and the OCP are through the regional context statement. So each context statement is embedded into a community's official community plan, and it demonstrates how the community's aspirations align with the regional context statement. And the regional growth strategy, as I already mentioned, I believe, is a longer term plan over 20 years, so a much broader regional vision. Shown here on this screen is a map, a land use designation map within the regional growth strategy. I know there's a lot of information on this map, but I did want to draw your attention to a few key mechanisms. So in its role as in growth management, the RGS includes three key strategies. Those are land use designations, our growth containment boundaries or RCBs, and our supporting policies. So on this slide with the designation map, it visually communicates the types of permitted land uses, and it helps us realize where growth is to occur within our region. So for example, in the gray are the 4 member municipalities. In the yellow shows the rural village centers, and in the red, those are our growth containment boundaries. The growth containment boundaries signal where most of the development is supposed to occur in the region. They are designed to prevent urban sprawl. They're designed to preserve our open spaces and promote a more compact, complete, and connected communities. So on this map, I've also included a little pop-out insert of Parksville, and I know this can be difficult to see, so I'll do my best to explain it. But what you can see here is the judicial boundary of the municipality is the same as the growth containment boundary. So what this means is that the city remains its autonomy and through its OCP, manages growth within its municipal boundaries. So what are the benefits of a regional growth strategy? There's many. I've identified 4 here for us tonight. I already touched on coordination, but just to expand on that. So it recognizes the importance of member municipalities working closely with other jurisdictions, such as the regional district, such as senior government, as well as our First Nation communities. It particularly encourages and maintains collaborative relationships with our Indigenous communities. It promotes regional thinking. It improves decisions around such important items as housing, transit, mobility, employment, ecological preservation, agricultural land, and of course, climate action. And in terms of regional thinking, it also demonstrates regional context, which is important when we're applying for funding, especially to senior government. It demonstrates that there has been a community conversation at the regional level, and there is support and direction for regional context. So for example, when we're applying for funding around climate action, it's key for our funding partners to understand that we've had consultation with our member municipalities and climate action is a priority. As far as future planning, as I mentioned, it's really meant to prevent sprawl. And then the last one, the regional growth strategy is important for communicating. It communicates both our strengths and our strategies to proactively address regional issues. And I also wanted to, moving on to the next slide here, my slides seem to be jumping, apologies for that. I wanted to talk a little bit about the scope of the current regional growth strategy review. So periodically, like any policy document, we do a little housekeeping. Every 5 years, we're required to ask the question, is there any changes needed in the regional growth strategy? In 2018, the Regional District Board passed a motion that said that we would conduct a review of these select areas. They include climate action, housing, transit mobility, select ones on rural development, as well as updating our demographic information and a few of our performance measures. We are not changing any of our land use designations, and we are not changing our growth containment boundaries as part of this review. The process for review is in 3 phases. We are in our 3rd and final phase. But before we were able to work our way to phase 3, just to provide some background, in phase 1 was a series of a consultation, working very closely with our member municipalities to help refine the scope. It also identified a number of areas where background studies were needed, such as the recently completed regional housing strategy and our social needs report. Using that information, we moved to phase 2, which is our engagement phase. We developed a series of policy options. Those are presented to our key stakeholders for input. And following our engagement, we're now in phase 3, where we've incorporated that engagement into what we call our policy recommendations, which are then integrated into an amendment bylaw. So before I talk about next steps, briefly want to highlight a few of the things that we heard through engagement. Tonight, we heard a lot about water. We also heard a lot about water and water-centric planning through our process. Similarly, with disaster preparedness and community resiliency. We also heard more support needed for energy efficiency, as well as good building and neighborhood design. Affordable housing remains top of mind for many of our residents, as well as efficiencies to be gained in the planning process. Now, as far as next steps go, I've already mentioned that we have a draft of the amendment bylaw already. But before we present that to council, we wanted to go back out to the community and yourselves and let them know what we've heard so far. We're also going to have a round of meetings with our electoral area officials, as well as our agriculture advisory committee. Once that's complete in February, March of next year, we'll be submitting a formal referral that will be to the member municipalities, to a variety of provincial agencies, as well as our First Nation communities. They'll have 60 days in which to provide comment, and then we'll report back to the board on those results. Beyond the adoption of any future bylaw, we're not done yet. We have an opportunity to continue to meet and engage with our member municipalities in the creation of our implementation plan. And prior to any plan being adopted, we'd like to come back to council and once again, tell you what we've been up to. So hopefully in the matter of months in the coming years, we'll have this opportunity again to speak. And with that, I'd like to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I particularly like the fact of how much you include the city of Parksville in a lot of your studies and so forth and reports, and I appreciate that. You always do an amazing job at the RDN. I appreciate your thoroughness and thoughtfulness. What you've presented so far today is just basically reviewing your process to starting the review and so forth, where you're at right now. Is this information on your website now?
Yes, and through the council, absolutely. We have 2 locations. We have a Get Involved page, and I will just advance that slide, pardon me. We have a Get Involved page with all the information as well as presentations and documents that are associated with it, including those policy options I mentioned. So we will be going back out to the public when we do have the draft amendment bylaw before the board, and that will also be made publicly available for comment.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Councilor Gord.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I'm keeping everybody awake tonight. To the mayor. Are there any plans or does the RDN growth strategies has a concept to see like the growth of Parksville outside the current boundaries, maybe including some of the RDN in future?
I'm not aware of that at this time. We recognize the current municipal boundaries of Parksville as well as our other member municipalities. I have no other information at this time.
Good. Councilor Beal.
Thank you, and through the mayor to our delegation. I'm just curious, at present, in the immediately surrounding areas of the RDN that are nearby, are there areas that are experiencing, what areas are experiencing the most growth? And is that something that you monitor?
Through the chair, thank you. Excellent question. You know, if I had an hour of your time, there's so much to talk about when we talk about the regional growth strategy and our program around that. So we actually have a separate program, a monitoring program, and through that we produced an annual report. And the annual report will actually be made available through the next board meeting, which I believe is scheduled next week. So we do have every annual report currently on our website. That is available to yourselves and others. But to your specific question about where are we seeing the most growth right now, well, the good news is we are seeing most of the growth occurring where it's intended to happen, and that's in the growth containment boundaries, such as the city of Nanaimo, such as Parksville, town of Qualicum to a lesser extent, and Lanceville to a lesser extent. When we look to our electoral areas, we are seeing slow growth in areas such as area G and area F and area H. I don't have those specific numbers to hand, but again, they are available on our regional website. But I will say, when we look at our indicators for growth management, we are achieving our current goals and targets regarding directing that growth into those areas where it's intended.
Any further questions? Sorry, Councilor Mountain, go ahead.
Through the mayor, thank you. Very interesting. I'm just wondering, you can maybe help me. The roads, because we have Parksville and we have our RDN, you know, the different districts. For a little, say, few blocks, there's the RDN and like, for example, the log cabin store to the bridge. The roads is falling apart. Who do I contact about that? It's
Yes.
Practical question.
Absolutely. And through the chair, it's actually a very frequently asked question. I remember when I started working at the regional district, I had that question as well, because I came from a municipal background. And what I learned through working with the regional district is the roadways are not within the jurisdiction of the regional district. They are within the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Transportation. So when we do receive inquiries from residents and others regarding any of the roads within the regional district, we do direct them to the Ministry of Transportation.
Thanks for asking that question, Councillor Martin. We were all kind of wondering about that because we travel it every day. So that's excellent. Any other questions today? Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll see you again soon. Tonight, we have one piece of correspondence on the agenda this evening. For those in the audience, as you note, you may have noticed the annual report was not included on the agenda from the Parksville and District Historical Society. However, hard copies have been provided for council and staff. I've also requested a digital copy from the Historical Society, which will be made available at the earliest opportunity. The piece of correspondence is from the Parksville and District Historical Society, 2022. It's their Parksville Museum Annual Report, which is their submission of the annual report and proof of insurance in accordance with terms of lease agreement. So do I have a mover and seconder for the recommendation that the correspondence from the Parksville and District Historical Society dated November 28th, 2022, regarding the 2022 Parksville Museum Annual Report and confirmation of insurance be received for information? Moved by Councillor Wood, seconded by Councillor Beal. Any discussion? Call the question. All those in favor? Unanimous? Thank you. We have a report from Mrs. Holmes. Mrs. Holmes, could you please give us the background on the issue regarding the amended 2022 to 2026 financial plan? It's an update regarding amendments to the 2022-2026 financial plan. Mrs. Holmes.
Good evening, Council. After all of that excitement, I have a number of spreadsheets that'll soothe your mind.
Looking for it.
Just click on that PowerPoint, Sarah. Okay, thanks, Sarah. So tonight we're walking through some of the proposed amendments to our final financial plan that was adopted by previous council in May. And just to refresh and for your information, the amended budget is, let's just see here. Is broken into four components. We have the general revenue fund, the water utility fund, the sanitary sewer utility fund, and the equipment replacement reserve. Let's just set up a little bit differently. And the types of budget amendments that may come forward for your consideration are amounts that were resolved by council during the year or amounts that are coming from our joint ventures like the ERWS or AWS board resolutions. They may be updated information. So projects or work that was approved by council as part of the final financial plan, but there's been new information that changes that, or perhaps there's been new funding that needs to be reflected in the financial plan. So we would bring that to you for your approval as part of the amended financial plan. And then there may be completely new items where we have brand new funding that we didn't know about, or projects that have come up during the year that weren't contemplated as part of the final financial plan. The other thing that can happen is, and we're seeing a lot of this lately, is deferrals or reallocations of funds. So with supply chain delays that we're seeing across all kinds of projects, operating and capital, we may just need to defer the expenditure into the subsequent year. So there's no net impact on taxation. It's just a matter of moving it into the next year to give the authority for spending in a subsequent year. The other thing that may come up that's brand new is that it's a project that's required in the subsequent year, but because it's not until May that we do our final financial plan, if it's something that needs to get started, say in the first quarter of the year, we would typically bring that to council as part of the amended financial plan, so we can get that approval for early spending in 2023 in this case. The other thing that can be brand new is legislative requirements, and we have a couple of those tonight that we'll bring forward to you. What I want to remind you is that the amended financial plan is just like the final financial plan. It requires public consultation. It requires council's reading of the bylaws and your input. So that's why we have a formal process around it. Tonight is proposing the amendments for your review. And then the next step would be to bring you the actual bylaws with those amendments reflected in the bylaw. So if there's not any questions on that, I'll move through the amendments. The first being the general revenue fund. And again, I'm sorry, sometimes it's just a matter of summarizing these in spreadsheets, and I'll go through them as much as that's not easy to look at up here. But amendments that we have that were per council resolution. Now, in most cases, they're the previous council, so I'll just go through them briefly for you. We have some new funding that is called the Local Government Climate Action Program. This replaces a previous program called CAREP, which was Climate Action Revenue Program, something like that, that was in place for about 10 years. This funding is a very significant increase above the prior funding. We used to get about $9,000 to $10,000 a year. Now we have a 3-year commitment from the province at $127,000 a year. So it's showing a real commitment to those climate type of objectives. The previous council approved this spending in this initial year to be put towards the wetlands management plan. And so we'll see the expenditure side of that funding in a subsequent slide. But we do need to amend and show that funding for the 3-year commitment at this time. We've also got a couple of UBCM grant applications in that staff have applied for that have been brought to council, because council needs to approve that we are applying for those and that you commit to the staff time to manage those. The first being some funding towards some asset management activities, and the second being towards the fire department training equipment. We just actually heard that we were successful in getting the asset management one. We're still waiting to hear back about the fire training equipment. So we'll put both of those in there with the expenditure side and hope that we are awarded both of those. And then the last item on there is 3 pickup trucks that were due for replacement in the fire department. We've just got some adjustment to our expected trade-in value on those. And the fact is that we're not going to be able to get them delivered till 2023. So that reflects that we're taking it out of 2022, putting some additional revenue into 2023. Any questions on any of those before I move forward? So that's the funding side of it. This is further amendments per council, which is the expenditure side of some of those. So we see the pickup trucks replacement being the cost value there. In addition, there is the equipment that goes onto those trucks. They get kitted out with lights and different things on the trucks. And there's also the $30,000 that would be purchased with that UBCM asset management grant. So that's that fire department line there. The other resolution from council was to have laptops for new council members. So you'll see that in 2022 and in 2026, which would be the replacement of those with the next council. The environmental assessment and brine tank were operations items that were resolved by council, just some additional costs related to following up on some recommendations of phase 1 of the yard environmental assessment. and a brine tank that was purchased early in the year that was not included, was a timing thing on the prior plan. So that's just a correction there of $25,000 that was approved by council, just not included. As I mentioned, there's that $127,000 for 3 years allocation of that new local government climate action program funding, with council's approval of the first year being spent on the wetlands management plan. Within that wetlands management plan, council also approved a reallocation of other trail development funds of $113,000 be allocated towards more of a high level management plan for the wetlands. Because that's just a net going from one project to another project, it nets to zero on here, but I just wanted to make you aware of that, that there is a total of about $240,000 being spent on the wetlands management plan and various works within the wetlands this year. The last item on there is the community park gathering place that you would have seen last meeting, where we approved or council approved the bequest being allocated to that. So this is to increase the cost of that to reflect the additional funding from the bequeath. And the last slide with respect to amendments that were coming from council resolutions is just the transfer from reserves related to that bequeath. And so it's not shown up with the other funding sources. That's generally revenue that's coming externally. Because this is an internal transfer, essentially, we just show that separately in the financial plan. Okay, any questions at all on the council resolution items? Okay, I'll keep moving forward here. The next couple of slides are with respect to updated information. So projects that we knew about at the final financial plan stage, but that we either need to move out by a year, and that's most of them, or we need to adjust expenditure amounts on those. So a couple of things on the administration side, and that is to increase some costs for consulting, and then also move them into 2023. Those relate to some strategic planning, some human resource consulting. As you know, we've got our collective agreement expiring at the end of this year, as well as some website redesign work that again is being deferred by a year. So you just see a shift out of 2022 into 2023 with some increased costs there by about $45,000. The finance item is our asset retirement obligation, which is a legislative requirement for us to have a clean audit opinion. We need to have that completed by the end of 2023. We have a person in a position that's working on that, and we'll be working with our auditors early in the new year as we move forward implementing that new accounting standard. In IT, we have a number of projects that are in progress, and all of these are projects that are in progress and are being completed up early in the year. On the IT side we've got a cybersecurity audit in progress. We've got a server replacement, as well as some Microsoft Office suite work that's also being done. On the fire department, we've got a truck hose that is being purchased, but again, can't be delivered until next year. So we're just moving that expenditure out by 1 year. And then our storm drainage master plan, again, in progress at the staff level, going to RFP, but completion won't be until the subsequent year. And you'll see tonight that we have 3 master plans, storm drainage, water, and sewer, all in progress, and they'll be completed up over 2023.
The question, Councillor Bill.
Thank you. Through the mayor to our presenter. I'm just curious to know when the last stormwater management master plan was completed, or do you know that? Like, is this a new plan, or has it been pulled out of something larger from previous?
I don't know.
Just if you knew.
I'm just looking to Kiva. I don't know, but we can
Okay.
certainly have someone from engineering send that information, because I don't know off the top. My
Thank you.
expectation is it's not brand new, but I don't know when it was done.
Okay, thank you.
I will
Carry
just
on.
comment that all of those are part of our whole asset management initiatives, because it provides a lot of information on all of our assets in terms of condition assessments and replacement costs and things like that. So we'll be bringing a lot of that information back to council in that context as well. Okay, some further amendments just related to projects that were in place and rolling them out 1 year. We've got some work being done at PCTC here with respect to elevator upgrades and some painting. Our urban forest strategy, again, is something that's in progress and will be brought to council early in 2023. And then as well, our species at risk tree management program, again, also being rolled forward into the subsequent year. On the there's also an additional 50,000 in 2023. So that's quite a large project and again, will be completed in 2023. Last on this section is our community park projects. And there's a number of projects that were planned and brought to council as part of the final financial plan. Those being the Gathering Plaza, the washrooms, there's sports courts, there's accessibility, safety, multi-use upgrades in a variety of places in the park, as well as some playground, the rubber surfacing around the playground. And all of those are in progress at various stages. There's contracts of various types, whether it's design work or actual contracts that are not going to be completed until 2023. So we're just moving those out 1 year at the same amount. The playground resurfacing will be installed in March. That's one that we do have a date on. And that's going to be another huge section of the rubber resurfacing that's being done over the last several years.
Councillor Bill, go ahead.
Thank you. And to the Director of Finance, with the sports courts, are these new courts that are being put in or maintenance that's required? I mean, I certainly know that sports fields take quite a lot of money and time for maintenance, so, or a combination of the two.
Yeah, the proposal through the mayor, the proposal was to look at the tennis courts and reconfiguring and providing for multi-use on that, as well as multi-use in the lacrosse box. So it was part of that whole proposal. Yeah. Any other questions on those? No.
Go ahead. Oh, sorry. Councillor Gore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor. So on in the sports courts, so the current status of the courts will remain, like the combination of tennis and pickleball and lacrosse and pickleball courts. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if I may follow up, is it the same kind of surfacing that will be used, or will it be some other kind of material that will be put on this kind of more durable, lasting, or are you aware?
Don't know the answer to that. We do have our director of operations available online, I believe, that may be able to respond to that. I think.
If not, I can touch on that if you wish.
Okay.
If I may, Councillor Gore, the sports courts was the tennis court itself was going to be converted to a tennis facility on half of it, and on the other half was going to be dedicated pickleball courts. And it also included nets in between it for safety purposes.
Yeah, so the surfacing will be very similar to what it is right now.
Is there a mic?
Okay. Thanks, Belinda.
Yes, so the servicing will be very similar to what it is right now.
Belinda, at this time, your microphone is not picking up. If you're speaking to us right now, we're not getting you in current time or current volume that we can understand.
What I would add to that is that With each of those, per our purchasing policy, those contracts would be brought back to council as well for review at that time. And all of these are in progress as part of that whole community park accessibility, safe, multi-use and connectivity as well. I don't know if Belinda's.
I'm not sure if she's saying that she's having some technical difficulties, which just seems to be the theme today. But I believe a couple of the areas are already under contract. My understanding is the lacrosse box is not, and we were going to be talking with the mayor about some potential changes to that plan. But currently, as the mayor said, there's the tennis courts are going to be split. So it's 4 standalone dedicated pickleball courts on one side, and then options for mixed use on the other side. And then the lacrosse box was intended to have 9 pickleball courts, which is the current what there is now, but in a different configuration for safety purposes that would allow the lacrosse box to be used for that as well. And I believe the skateboard park is also under contract, and that's going to be repaired and resurfaced as well. And I think that was everything. Then the washroom and other connectivity elements are part of that overall plan.
Does that satisfy your question, Councilor? Councilor Martin, yes, question.
Through the mayor, yes. Is there going to be no tennis courts then, or? Oh,
Yes.
If I may, through the mayor, no, there will be tennis courts as well. But they'll just be shared courts, but kind of primarily tennis courts, like set up with nets for tennis. We do also have dedicated tennis courts at Springwood.
Councilor Bill? No, okay, thank you. Everyone's questions answered on that subject for now? And there's more details to follow on that whole package, as our CAO has alluded to, because as we're refining that proposal now, but that resolution was passed by the previous council. Carry on, Ms.
Okay, thank you. So following all of those changes, we have just to carry forward some of the funding sources related to those community park projects. As you know, the Gathering Plaza was funded largely by grants, so it's really just taking those funds and moving them out to 2023. The washrooms were partially funded by capital reserves, so moving those funds out. The sports courts had some carry forward surplus that was allocated to them that had been taxed in prior years, so we'll move that out. The accessibility, safety, multi-use upgrades, which was a number of different items in the park, was funded by gas tax, so moving that funding out. And then we have a $300,000 grant towards the playground resurfacing cost of $400,000. So the city was only needing to fund 1/4 of that. So we do have a $300,000 grant that's approved and in place. So it's just a matter of getting that installed in March. So this is really just matching the funding to those expenditures that were on the last slide. Okay, so following those 2 items, the council resolved items and then the items that we have updated information. These are items that are brand new since the final financial plan, and we would look to council for direction on these. And there's 4 different items, so I'll walk through those. The first are 2 items that are provincial legislation. One is to update our council code of conduct. We have one in place, but it's been in place for quite some time. And it is legislation to have one of those, as well as new legislation which relates to having an accessibility plan for the city. So putting some funding and approval for spending for those 2 items in the financial plan that wasn't contemplated at the final financial plan. Perhaps I'll just walk through these and then council can ask questions or give direction if you wish. The next item was an item that was resolved by council to review the SEPTED issues that may be arising at the community park new theater. It was resolved to review it, but no money's put in the financial plan for it. So staff would be proposing a preliminary budget of $20,000 to review that. And like I say, that was resolved by council without a dollar amount attached. The third item that we would want council's consideration for is looking at some long-term capital planning around the fire hall. As you may be aware, the city purchased 2 houses and 2 properties adjacent to the fire hall earlier this year. And really that was part of a long-term strategic plan to allow room for enlargement, renovation, whatever may be needed at the fire hall location as the community grows. And so what the fire department is proposing is to demolish those 2 houses at a cost of approximately $70,000. And that does create perhaps an interim parking opportunity if we were to clear those and gravel them at an additional cost that's estimated at about $30,000. And so until council has meetings that'll come in the new year related to long-term strategic plans, both capital and operational for the fire department, this may be an interim way that the community can have use from those properties in the short term. The fourth item on this is some, yes.
If I may, through Mrs. Holmes, have those, the houses that were purchased adjacent to the fire hall, are those deals in and done and complete?
Right, yes, they are complete.
Like, and when do we take possession? Or do we have possession?
We have possession on both of them.
Thank you.
The PCTC Forum IT audiovisual upgrade is related to some funding that we received in 2020, which was called COVID Restart Grant Funding. The city was fortunate to receive about $2.8 million from the province in COVID Restart Grant Funding. A lot of that went to just dealing with COVID additional costs. A lot of it was extra staffing as it related to different things that happened during COVID. And then there was funding related to various projects that enhanced communication, connectivity, and things like that. And one of the things that was identified was to do upgrades in the forum to allow for better streaming of meetings, better communication with the public at the time to enhance physical distancing and things like that. But as we know, as our world is changing, having that connectivity is a really good thing. Much of the efforts since COVID happened have been in terms of getting staff set up and staff spaces, safe spaces in the context of physical distancing. So this is a project that was identified, but hasn't been started yet because the focus has been more on staff space and safety. So what we wanted to do was confirm with council that you'd still like to go ahead with this. IT department has engaged some consultants that have identified some areas that could be improved, but there is $100,000 funding through that COVID Restart grant that is in the financial plan, but the project hasn't itself been started yet, except for those preliminary investigations. So that's something that we want to confirm with council should be left in the final, in this amended financial plan.
Councillor Beal.
Thank you. Through the mayor to our director of finance. I'm just curious if we've got $100,000 via a grant for this. If it happens that whatever the project is comes in at under that, what requirements are there for any remaining monies? I mean, I don't know. Hopefully sometimes things do come in under budget, but I'm wondering if you could speak to that.
Yes, through the mayor. When we received this funding, the 2.8 million, initially a report was brought to council by our CAO that identified a whole list of things that we would focus that funding on. And it included all kinds of things like safe spaces, enlarged spaces for staff. It included funding a couple of project managers because so much of staff time was redirected towards managing the whole COVID impact and all of that. There was additional hardware, computer hardware, laptops for staff so that that distancing could happen, a whole number of things, some of which came under budget and it was reallocated. There was a lot of flexibility with the funding. It was meant to support impacts from COVID, which are pretty wide reaching, and it was left to a community's discretion as to how those funds were spent. So if this did come under budget, then there would be an opportunity to spend it somewhere else. There is required reporting to the province just in how it has been spent. But like I say, it hasn't been very restrictive. It's an extra page that gets attached to our annual financial statement that basically shows how much we've spent and how much we've got remaining. And so we do still have a couple of positions that are being funded through those grants in through 2023. This is the last of kind of the smaller projects. It's mostly staff funding that is left otherwise, but there would be an opportunity to spend the balance. Yeah.
And further, if I could, Mrs. Holmes, probably directed to our CAO on the number 4, the PCTC Forum IT audiovisual upgrades. I believe we spoke at that time anyways about upgrading what we have in here, but with the supply chain issues, we're having great difficulties even getting quotations for electronics that weren't going to be a couple of years away from delivery. Is that not the main thrust of this $100,000? Was it not to, so we don't look like that little box on the screen there, because of the our audio visual and our visual in particular have been received not very favorable comments from those out in the computer land out there that are watching us right now. Is that what it was going to include, if I may, CEO Kaler?
Yes, so we did actually get a new camera because the one we had just died all of a sudden. I don't know if you remember that. So this one is actually quite a bit better than the one we had before. But this would be intended to have more modern microphones that work better than some of these ones. And perhaps also setting up more of the sort of digital interface on the tables for council. So if you envision a more modern chambers where perhaps there would be, you know, abilities to plug right into the table, maybe even screens that are more sort of accessible on the table, and then also having more wireless technology. So our microphones are actually at their end of life, and they don't make them anymore, so we won't be able to replace them. And so this money would be expended on those types of things, just modernizing this area. If there were funds left over, we have actually discussed getting new furniture for the chamber that's more, we essentially use this room also for an emergency operations center, and tables that move together into more of a boardroom style would be much more efficient in that situation. And these are very old, beautiful wood, but they're not as mobile as we would like for a multi-purpose room. But the key focus would be more on the upgrading the technology. So going wireless, the wires are pretty well tucked in there, but that's not always been the case. And they just, as we noticed tonight, we have a lot of technical challenges where we've cobbled together a lot of analog and digital systems over the years, and they just don't like to speak to each other very well. So that is what our IT folks have been hoping to do. But we also had, as the mayor will recall, and Councillor Fraz, we actually had a lot of vacant positions in IT. So that exacerbated the problem. And then when we did have staff, they were focused on getting, you know, basically laptops for everybody and setting up spaces that were usually used for storage as new office spaces and things down at ops. So they didn't get to this one.
And thank you for that. I would think that after with all those upgrades with including the audio and digital that's going on over here and the improvements to that, I'm not sure that there's going to be any money left over. You know, when you think about it, 100,000 doesn't go very far, but thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. The final item that we would like to propose as part of the amended financial plan really relates back to all of those community park projects that we've got in the final financial plan. As you know, costs are increasing significantly across the board. And a lot of our project budgets are set for the project itself, and even the contingencies that were contemplated as part of that are being eaten up by cost increases. So there's not a lot of contingency left in the project budgets as it relates to things that might be discovered once we open up the ground, and or as we're doing design on these various projects, that there's upgrading that could be done to connectivity and different infrastructure in the community park. As you may know, the community park is 100 years old next year. And so a lot of these projects are done one-off without an eye to how they might connect and be more efficiently designed if we're looking at it holistically, especially from an accessibility perspective. And some of those project funds are looking at making the park more accessible. But what's been happening as our project managers have been looking into the design of these various projects, they'll come across, oh, here's a water line or a sewer line, or perhaps it's power or something that, if it were configured differently, would kind of future-proof for future projects and or make things more accessible or tie together in better ways. So what I wanted to propose as part of this amended financial plan and make council aware is that within our final financial plan, we have a number of contingency accounts that are set up to be basically, we call them works adjacent to construction or development. So if a developer comes in and is developing a property and they open up the ground and we find that the city's infrastructure is damaged or could be due for repair, we would take advantage of the opportunity while they have their equipment mobilized to update that pipe, for example. And what has happened in this current year, just because a lot of our resources have been allocated to different things, most of those accounts haven't been used in the current year. So what I had suggested to our project managers and our director of operations is perhaps we could take those contingency funds and basically set up a community park contingency fund. As we're working through all of those community projects, have that funding available at the discretion of our senior management team to look at opportunities when crews and contractors are mobilized to right some of those connectivity, accessibility issues, do some upgrades while we've got the ground open, those types of things. Our director of operations is available if we can connect with her, but essentially that's the gist of it, is to really take advantage of while we've got the community park all dug up, rather than wait a few years to upgrade that water pipe or whatever it may be. We could use those funds right now in a more efficient way to kind of future-proof those designs. And there wouldn't be any additional net taxation if we were just to take those funds and roll them forward. What I've got on the slide coming up here is just to show council what is left in those funds. And the first three items are in our general fund. And then there's a water fund amount and a sanitary sewer fund. Those total $790,000. I'm not suggesting that all of that amount is needed. I'm just identifying that those are amounts that we forecast will be left at the end of the year. What the director of operations in consultation with the project managers has identified is that they're just a very preliminary kind of number from their perspective in terms of what they might see using would be about $450,000 possibly. Like they're just kind of, if they were to look at a project and say, what contingency would we add to this for when we open up that ground? So what I would suggest is kind of some options from council. One is we could carry this whole amount forward as a contingency capital fund for those projects. And then there would be reporting back to council as to its use if opportunities are discovered as those projects move forward. Second, or instead of, that amount could be put into a capital fund and transferred out as needed. Or if the whole amount was carried forward, any residual amount could then be put into a capital fund to be used for subsequent projects in the community park or elsewhere. It could just go into capital reserve. So I feel like there's some opportunities there to take advantage of having contractors mobilized. What we're finding is some very significant challenges to get contractors to bid on our projects. They're not multi-million-dollar projects. And so it's hard to get even people to bid. So we might go to a public procurement process and have one bidder. So we're not even getting a competitive kind of market on these types of things. So what I'm hearing from our director of operations and our project managers is if they have the opportunity and the discretion to, okay, this is here now, let's take advantage of updating some of those city infrastructure in the park, that would be very beneficial and very cost efficient to the city to be able to do that. So that's, again, an item that was not contemplated as part of the final financial plan, but we're bringing you as a proposed amendment today.
Yes, CAO Kaler.
If I may, thank you. I just wanted to also point out that we have a lot of problems with our infrastructure in the park. Anyone who's down there a lot in the summer, we've had to close the washrooms a number of times due to the pipes not being sufficient size and water pressure issues. We also have a lot of inefficient sort of unlooped irrigation lines and things that have just been, I guess, piecemeal put in at different times. And the other benefit that I think this would offer is we have an archaeological plan for the park that we've worked on with experts. And this would mean we would only have to dig up the sensitive areas or any areas in the park, which pretty much all is sensitive, for one time, which minimizes those archaeological risks. We have a very strict process where we work with experts. They're on site when we're doing those things. So it means we wouldn't have to do these infrastructure works for some of the new amenities like the gathering space and then go back and open things back up again when inevitably the washrooms fail again. So it just provides a lot of efficiencies dealing with pretty urgent problems, I think, that we have encountered in the last, definitely the last season and probably a few seasons prior to that.
Thank you. Carry on.
Okay, so that's the end of the general fund. I wonder, does council wish to give direction on those items, or do you want me to go through it all and contemplate it all as one?
Ms. Holmes, I was going to ask when the opportunity is going to be given to council, because as on the agenda, you know, the recommendation is only to receive this.
Mhm.
But if you're looking for direction, are you looking for direction tonight? So in the form of a resolution to approve your amendments as directed or as explained, is that what you would prefer at this time so that you can move forward?
Yeah, certainly, that would be our preference, because then at the next meeting, I would bring to council a draft bylaw that would incorporate whatever direction council gave tonight. If you need more time for that, then we could provide further information if you would like, and or the next meeting could be a draft bylaw, and then amendments could be made at that time if there was further information. So certainly in terms of the process, if council was comfortable with making recommendations on especially these last items tonight, the first number of them really have already been resolved by council. The second ones are really updates and deferrals to the next year. It's really these last 5 that we would be looking for direction specifically from council on.
If we did that, then would we hold off on any amendment resolutions for the water utility fund, which is coming up next? Is that, or are you hoping to see any of those as well this evening?
It may be just as efficient for me to run through the water and sanitary sewer, because there are some related items in there. So if you're comfortable with me just moving through the works, then we can deal with it all at the end.
I think if we recognize the fact that you're wanting 5 from this first section and possibly more coming out of the water utility fund, I think that would be the most efficient way of handling it.
Great.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll just zip through the rest then.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, as you know, our financial plan has 4 components, the second component being the water utility fund. We didn't have any direct council resolutions with respect to the water fund, but we do have some updated information. And that involves 3 different items. One is the water master plan, as I referenced earlier, is in progress, but won't be complete until 2023. So moving the expenditure out to that year. We have a railway wells study in place or in progress, I'm sorry, and that's going to be complete in 2023. So we're just moving the funding that was from accumulated surplus and the expenditure out to 2023 when that will be complete. And then there's a SCADA hardware project in progress. And so that's the remainder of the funding on that is partially in water and partially in sewer. And some expenditures have been made. The rest will be made in 2023. So we're just needing to move that out by 1 year. Again, you can see that the costs are all exactly the same. It's just a deferral of 1 year. And then, so the second part of this is really what we were just talking about in terms of the portion of that works adjacent to development contingency funding that's in the water fund is $50,000. So that would be something that we would propose as a possible amendment to set up a contingency fund in the community park as it relates to water infrastructure. So that's all for the water fund. The sanitary sewer utility fund. We have there the sewer fund's share of that SCADA hardware project. As the director of operations has mentioned, the SCADA is used for tracking both the water and the sanitary sewers. So we tend to cost share any of that type of hardware and software programming related to SCADA. So it's $6,000 is the amount carried forward for the sanitary sewer fund. Similarly, with respect to those community park incidental upgrades, the amount that's in the sanitary sewer fund remaining would be $40,000. That would be proposed as an amendment. The final piece of our financial plan is our equipment replacement reserve. And as you may recall, this is our self-funded equipment and vehicle replacement reserve. It's largely the public works vehicles and it's other kind of wheeled equipment, mowers and trailers and things like that. And so earlier in the year, council approved an increase in the cost for the replacement of a parks truck, which sort of looks like the one pictured there. This was a really extreme example of a cost increase where we had an amount in March that was a pretty good estimate that was included in the final financial plan. By the time we went to market in June, the cost had increased $60,000. So we were able to fund that out of our equipment replacement reserve surplus. So again, it's just a matter of increasing the cost and the transfer from the equipment replacement reserve, and that was resolved by council. Again, we're not even receiving that until 2023. So you'll see here that we make the amendment in the first slide, but then we need to carry it out 1 year in the second slide, as well as all of the other purchases that were contemplated for 2022. Again, supply chain deliveries are seeing that we're 18 months, in some cases 2 years to delivery on some of these vehicles. And so we're just needing to move those out by 1 year at the same cost. Well, as we're looking forward to the financial planning for next year on the equipment replacement reserve in discussions with our fleet supervisor, there's some suppliers that are saying, get your orders in January. That's your last opportunity for the year, just because the supply chain is so delayed. So we're really trying to be very much on top of this and looking forward. But it is making our budgeting quite challenging in terms of what year do we slot this into, because we need the spending authority from council to basically go and award that contract. But then we need to come to you again at amended financial plan to move it out to the year that we're actually going to make that expenditure. So I think, we probably have another year of this at least that we're going to see where we're just needing to defer by 1 year. The bottom line there is really the balancing number from our equipment replacement reserve for those purchases. So to net to zero on the equipment replacement reserve. Any questions on any of those? So as we discussed, what would happen from here is once we receive council direction with respect to those proposed amendments, is that at the next meeting, we would bring it all reflected in the bylaw, and then council would be asked to give that first readings, and then at a subsequent meeting adoption. We would go ahead with advertising and doing any community consultation so that people could attend that meeting if they have input. And then, in January, we would look for adoption of that bylaw. So if you would like, I can go back to those ones that are looking more specifically for council direction, or however you would like to move forward with it.
I think what we'd like to do at this time, I'd like to move to accept your report anyways, as planned and is being received, and then move to proposing another resolution to proceed with the amendments for the following items. And then you're going to have to walk us through that it'll be that part of the resolution. And through our CAO Kaler is that work. Thank you. If there's questions on that. Yeah. Okay. So do I have a mover and seconder for the recommendation that the presentation from the Director of Finance dated December 5th, 2022, entitled 2022 to 2026 Financial Plan Proposed Amendments be received? A mover and seconder, please. Councillor Beal, seconded by Councillor Wood. Any discussion? All those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. I would like to move forward to ask for a mover and a seconder for the resolution to approve the amended budget items for the following items as described by Mrs. Holmes.
Okay, so the first would be the update of the Council Code of Conduct for $10,000. The creation of an accessibility plan for $10,000. The SEPTED review of the community park outdoor theater at an estimate of $20,000. Demolishing the 2 houses purchased adjacent to the fire hall at an estimate of $70,000. And to create interim parking on those 2 properties at an estimate of $30,000. To proceed with the PCTC forum IT and audiovisual upgrades at $100,000 as included in the final financial plan. And to reallocate balances remaining in works adjacent to development contingency funds for use to facilitate incidental utility upgrades that may arise during the community park projects design and construction in 2023 for a total of $790,000 or the amount that's remaining at the end of 2022, just because there is a month remaining. So it may be something that requires further refinement as part of our final financial plan, but at this point, this is our best estimate.
Is that all of them?
That's all of them because it does, this slide does reflect the inclusion of the water fund and the sanitary sewer fund within that $790,000.
Thank you. So I've moved that resolution. If I have a seconder, please. Councillor Beal. Any discussion? Councillor Gao.
So, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to Ms. Holmes. So will we be given those 3 options that you mentioned where these funds will be transferred to?
Through the mayor? Yes, if you'd like to give further direction on residual of those funds, you could make a different motion.
Okay.
Yeah, if you've got, otherwise we could bring that back as part of the final financial plan
Yeah.
or further. What's more likely is that as part of next year's amended financial plan, is that there would be, here's the reporting out on where those costs actually landed. There's a residual of X dollars and you could give us direction at that time as to what you'd like to do with those funds.
Yeah.
Either of those would be acceptable.
Thank you. Councillor Wood.
Through the mayor to the director of finance, if I may. The demolished 2 houses purchased adjacent to the fire hall. Has the fire department asked to use those as practice burn houses by any chance?
Through the mayor, my understanding is a preliminary plan is that from a safety perspective, they would perhaps be able to do it on one of them. So that is a possibility. So they are looking into that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Grants.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor, through to the director of finance, I have a number of questions if you'll indulge me. First of all, the council code of conduct, where are the funds coming from for that?
Through the mayor, that would just be through our general revenue in the general fund. And how it works in the amended financial plan is essentially it's just surplus that would have otherwise flowed through and it just gets offset within the surplus. So there isn't additional taxation next year or anything like that. It's just from residual surplus funds.
Thank you. So same question, I guess, with accessibility plan is same answer. Okay, thank you. With regard to the proposed contingency fund for the community park. As I understand it, the total value of that project is around $2.2 million.
Through the mayor for all of the projects together, yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
right. Because you'd be looking at the whole picture as the idea is let's look at these together and then add a contingency on top of that.
Through the mayor, yes and no. Like they're all being managed as separate projects and being sent to public procurement as separate projects. But yes, the special projects group and the director of operations that is really overseeing all of that are working closely to try and identify those efficiencies as each of those projects is kind of brought on board. So yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So then how would the contingency fund be managed? At whose discretion would that be allocated?
Through the mayor. So our purchasing policy currently requires any contracts above $100,000 are brought back to council for award. So how I think it will roll out and subject to how the Director of Operations wants to manage it, I think what would happen is if an opportunity was identified to increase essentially a project budget or have a separate project budget for the upgrades, that would be brought back to council for approval of that contract. And what it may be is that, using completely rough and not correct numbers, but if there was $100,000 for a project that is specifically identified and the incidental upgrades were going to be another 50,000, that would be brought as part of a whole contract award to the contractor that's involved in doing that work. But it also may be that it's a separate contractor that's required. So say it's a power upgrade or wiring or something. So I think right now we don't really know what that might be, but there's just a sense that every time we're looking at projects, there's something coming up. We've had multiple issues arise over the years, and it's an opportunity to kind of address some of those as these projects are brought on board. Kiva, did you want to add anything to that, or?
CAO Kaler, would you like to add to that?
Thank you, if I may, through the chair. So we don't know exactly how, what the condition of the underground utilities is, but we know it's not good. So we know that as soon as we start digging up areas to build the new washrooms, for example, or even putting in new paving and new accessibility upgrades, we know we're going to hit some issues. We believe that it's going to be water, sewer, some storm. We do already have some flooding issues in that area, and also electrical. We have ongoing challenges with all of those things. So just like as I think the Director of Finance explained, we're kind of, so when a developer is like, say what we can see down near the Orange Bridge right now, the guys who are building down there have the road all dug up. Normally we would say, oh, our pipe right there needs to be upgraded, so let's take advantage of this. Normally this $100,000 we have kind of approved in advance by council. We're now basically that developer that's digging up our own park, and we would be taking advantage of this, basically the unspent funds that we haven't had to use for the developer adjacent works, and just transferring that money out of what we would normally use for, say, the development ones or developer ones, just transferring it to our own project, which we haven't done before. But we've normally spent at least a little bit of the money, but this last few years, I think, I don't know why, but we just haven't had a ton of development occur. So we thought it would be a good way, just like a net zero way, to make sure we have sufficient money to deal with it while it's already dug up and not
The only thing I would add to that is that I think in prior years, when we didn't have this very significant inflation, project budgets had contingencies built within them. And we might go into that when we saw these things, where now we're seeing that the contingencies that have been built into a lot of these project budgets are just being completely eaten up by the inflationary cost adjustments, and or we're only getting one bidder, and the costs are higher maybe than it would be in a more competitive market. And yeah, so it's just a struggle, I think, to manage the costs. This is a way that we might be able to supplement and really do some significant improvements to long-standing issues in the park.
Thank you. And Councillor Beal.
Thank you to the mayor, to the Director of Finance. And yeah, I think it's really wise for us to have a substantial contingency fund for these, to have the work alongside, and that they are flexible in the sense of where they can go. And I do recall, you know, not the exact details, but I believe it was when the work along Temple Street was done, and there wasn't at the time enough of a contingency, or that there hadn't been something identified specifically to do that work alongside. And it led to a delay because something was discovered, and a delay means money. So it certainly costs the city more. It delayed the project. Things had to be kept open for a while. Someone had to come, engineering had to come before council to request this money before it could be dealt with. So it's just so wise to have it. And if at the end of the day, we've got a surplus that can be moved into something else, well, wonderful. But it's so important to have that available.
Thank you.
I agree with what Councillor Beal has said on that, especially for the fact with inflation like it is right now, it's just exploding. The thing is that time is of the essence here. And now if we find items in the community park that they weren't aware, they can actually address that right away. They know they have the money in the bank. They don't have to come for us at any consideration. Not that we take our time doing those things, but the whole process takes time. And by the whole process is done, then in the meantime, the inflation is up so much. Now you got to start all over again because now you got to come back to council to say we need an increase in your budget that you allocated for. So it makes perfect sense. And I think it's especially in these times we have. Thank you. And Councillor Martin.
Mrs. Holmes? Yes, thank you very much. This really makes it simple and understanding in how we are running the city because it's excellent. I just found it very well thought out and to explain to us what's going on. And we've got to do it sooner rather than later, like everyone else says. We cannot delay anything because it goes for meetings to another season for Pete's sake. So thank you very much. Very good.
Through the mayor, thank you.
Councillor Gore, did you have something? No? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, I do have a couple other questions, just for clarification on the contingency fund. Are you proposing the entire $790,000 on the motion be allocated as contingency fund or the $450,000 that the staff has requested?
Through the mayor, I read it as the total. It doesn't need to be. We're certainly open to council's recommendation on that. That's why the director of operations provided kind of a really rough preliminary number just to give council some idea of what she's guessing. But it is very much a real shot in the dark at this point, just because of the age of the park and the infrastructure that's there. It's hard to predict, but I think they're doing a best guess just to give council some idea of magnitude perhaps. And at that point, you know, we could put the whole amount in contingency again, or we could put the 450, you know, we would welcome council's direction on that.
Thank you.
Follow up, Councillor Grant.
Yeah, follow-up question. What is a typical, it sounds like that's about a 20% contingency fund that's being requested. Does that sound about right? And
Through the-
is that typical what you would expect for a contingency fund to look like?
Yeah, through the mayor, I think contingencies can really vary, just depending on one, how far out we are from estimating, right? And so in a lot of cases, we have been getting costs back that are significantly higher than we would ever expect, right? So I think the contingencies sometimes are as low as 10% when we have more information, more idea of what it might be, as high as 30%. So I think it's somewhere in the middle. The amount really wasn't tied to the projects as much as that was the amount that we forecast left in those contingency accounts. So it wasn't really trying to tie it to a specific percentage of the total project cost. It kind of falls out that way, but it was really these amounts we estimate will be left at the end of the year and would otherwise just flow through to accumulated surplus. And so this is an opportunity for council to designate those funds as a contingency fund as we move forward.
Follow up?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Grant.
So in terms of what we'll be voting on here, it sounds like it may not be completely clear. I would be supportive of a 25% contingency fund, which would be about 550,000, I think, in there. I would be supportive of that if we're looking for numbers on this.
Thank you. Is there any further comments or questions at this point? Otherwise, we'll do a slight amendment to the motion. Councillor Beal.
Yes, a question to the chair, actually. I was thinking of the full amount, understanding that, you know, if it's not all needed, it would be, you know, it's moved back and it doesn't affect the taxpayers or anything like that. But question for the chair, how do we need to work on the wording a little bit of this, or do we need an amendment, or what do we need to do so that we can get to voting on this?
I think if we allow it as we already stood, my intent was with my resolution that I passed that Mrs. Holmes worded for me was for the full amount, was for the 790,000. And my reasoning for that was just that it gives that much more flexibility for the staff to discover what they really don't know what they're going to discover at a very inflated price. And also with the bearing of the fact that this is already budgeted funds, not coming from new taxation revenue that we have to raise anyways to make this happen. So I'm just trying to make it so that if it ran out at 500,000, I'd feel really bad if you had to come back to us for the rest of the amount type of thing, because 790,000, I'm afraid we heard from the district group that was in today that already they're seeing another construction cost increase happened as well as all the other ones that have been dogpiled on us for this past year. So to me, at this particular point, I'm thinking 790 would be preferred, but Councillor Greddens.
Yeah, sure. I'm actually fine with either one, but it looked to me like it wasn't clear because on here they're asking for $450,000 from the staff. And then just on the PowerPoint, it's 790,000 is what the fund has. So the question is what we're voting on here or which number is, and that's what I was looking to clarify.
If we could call the question without you actually putting an amendment through, are you okay with that?
I'm supportive of that if that's clear that that's what we're voting on, yeah.
Yes, I would like to clarify if I didn't make that in the first place, that it's for the total amount of 790,000.
I think when you asked me to kind of suggest what they were, that's what I said. If it gives council any more comfort, I don't expect the whole amount's going to be spent in the first quarter. So we could certainly provide some reporting back on that. And if it made sense at the final financial plan to change that number, i.e. we're finding that, yeah, 550 is going to be sufficient, we could certainly amend it at that time as well. So good with either way. There is other opportunities to bring that back to you if you want to.
I would think the idea would be to refer to your good judgment, like allow you approval for the full 790,000. And if during the budget process, you come back and you say, oh, by the way, we only need this, and then we can amend that at that time. It's easier to go down than it is to go up. This is my thought. That's it, very much. So I'd like you Councillor Beal. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm going to do right now. Yes, so did I have a seconder for that? Or I do have a seconder already. So, got to call the question. All those in favor? Unanimous.
Thank you. See you December 19th with the bylaw.
Looking forward to it. Thank you very much for your presentation. If I could just get a clarification on that last vote. Councillor Fraz it was difficult to see. And Councillor Fraz, I'm going to have to ask you, I saw exactly what just happened there. I don't know if it's your paper or your hand went by. I just wanted to confirm that you actually voted affirmative or what your vote was on that one. If you could clarify, that'd make it handy for me. Thank you.
Yeah, was affirmative on it.
Yes. Thank you for that. I think maybe a pigeon flew by and I thought it was your hand. Thank you. So if we could carry on now to reports, Mr. Russell, could you please give us a background on the issue regarding consideration of a development permit to facilitate a residential apartment building at 115 McMillan Street South? The purpose to consider a development permit. Mr. Russell.
Certainly, if I may, your mayor. For council consideration is a development permit, which will ultimately facilitate a 4-story apartment building at the property that you described. The subject property is located in the commercial and mixed use development permit area number 3. The objectives of this designation are revitalization and the appearance of the area through architectural particulars and landscaping, and where scope permits to consider energy and water conservation and GHG features. If it approved, the building will have 85 residential units. There's a mix of unit types. The property provides all required off-street parking on site. There are some minor variances associated with this application that are detailed in the report. Most of them are a result of the property being in the downtown. And we have sort of a suburban standard for certain things. So some of our landscaping widths are kind of sort of set up for like a plaza along a highway, which are some of the reasons why there's some variances. There is a height variance. It's facilitating an architectural feature of this building. And it's also as a result of a peculiarity with how our bylaw works. So if these were peaked roofs, they would meet the height requirements because we measure peaked roofs from midpoint of the peak. But because they're not shaped exactly like peaks, they don't quite meet the bylaw definition. So it's more of a just a fluke of the wording in our bylaw that the variance is required. But it does also help facilitate the design guidelines by making a more unique, a building with a more unique and interesting architectural appearance. The project was designed by a professional architect and a landscape architect. It was presented to the advisory design panel. There's details in the report on how the applicant has addressed those items that were raised. Basically the recommendations are per the agenda to consider issuing of the development permit. It's just so council where I do believe the architect of record is in the gallery should council have questions that are beyond my pay grade.
Thank you very much, Mr. Russell, for that recommendation or for that presentation. I would like to be looking for a mover or seconder for the recommendation that the report from the Director of Community Planning and Building dated November 25th, 2022, entitled Consideration of a Development Permit to Facilitate a Residential Apartment Building at 115 McMillan Street South, file 3060 PDP 131 be received. And part 2, the council issued development permit number 22-PDP 131 to the owner of 115 McMillan Street South to facilitate the construction of a residential apartment building, parking, and landscaping. I have a mover on that, please. Councillor Martin, moved, seconded by Councillor Beal. Is there any discussion? You win. Councillor Beal.
Thank you. Through to the mayor. I was actually going to ask if those two could be separate to allow for, so that it could be received.
Right.
And then the second one, so that there could then be questions particular to that if there are questions from people. So that was actually what I was going to ask, but it's already on the table. So I don't know if I can't.
Can we back it up at that point to separate? I didn't hear a call for separation at that point. So maybe we have a discussion and we'll get you exactly what you want. Is that right? Are you okay with that? Yeah, I'm sorry, I just didn't hear a separation. Okay. I didn't know that you like to do it. I'll do it that way from now on. Thank you. Remind me. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Do I have a mover and a seconder already? Is there any discussion? Councillor Gore. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think a lot of us have these same questions going through this application is using the step 3 BC building code. I was wondering if the developer would be looking at a step 4. Since this will probably be like 2025, we should be looking at setting standards, Parksville, like sustainability, climate change, having buildings that are, the most efficient. So I was just wondering if maybe the architect could speak to that.
Would you like that to request that question from our Director of Planning, Mr. Russell? And if he needed further help, I'm sure he'd reach out to the architect. Would you like to do that, sir?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Mr. Russell.
Certainly, if I may, through the chair to Councillor Aguirre. So a couple things. So this is a rental building, and certainly staff have mentioned to the proponent council's increasing desire for meeting higher levels of the step code. So we've certainly had that discussion They've came back and have indicated that they would be aiming for step code 3 as part of this project. But I certainly, that's what I have. I don't know if
Are you satisfied? You follow? Okay. Councillor Wood.
Through the chair, probably to the developer, was it priced out, the difference between BC Step Code 3 and BC Step Code 4 as to what that cost difference would be?
Councillor Wood, I'm afraid you must address your questions through me to the
Through the chair to the Director of Planning.
Director of Planning. Thank you.
if I may, Chair, through to Director Wood, we're not privy to people's financial performance as part of development permit applications, even rezoning applications. We're not privy to that in the same way that people's tax returns. So it's not something we can require someone provide or really compel them to provide. So we don't have that information.
Sure. Thank you. Just a comment then, just a follow-up comment through the chair to the Director of Planning. I would love to see, BC Step Code 4 and the latest energy efficiency. It encourages me to, vote for issuing these a little bit easier when I see Step Code 3 or lower. It seems like there might be some cost savings there for the developer. And if those cost savings were passed on through a lower cost rental or through lower cost purchasing prices for those units, then that might suffice for the lower energy step code. That's just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fraz.
Yeah, thank you. It's just going to be a comment along that same regard, though, that while energy levels in step code 4 is definitely a desire for people, one of the biggest things we're hearing about is affordable housing costs. And while we don't build affordable housing, we definitely can keep the prices down by, especially in rental buildings, through things like this, having a step code 3 versus 4, it definitely does increase the costs. And we all know that building isn't cheap right now. So while I'd like to see step code 4 is great, like we've seen for the mosaic buildings, I think affordability is something we have to keep in mind as well. So just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further questions or comments? Councillor Gore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have another question about stormwater management. I didn't really see any rain gardens or having that the ability to collect that rainwater, stormwater in this development permit application. Maybe I missed it. If through the chair, Mr. Russell, if you could answer that, please.
If I may, Chair, to Councillor Gore, I don't recall specific stormwater management techniques incorporated into the design. I know that the landscaping was designed by a landscape architect, and I believe the way the roof leaders are connected, there is, infiltration provided to a certain degree, but it's a fairly compact site. There's underground parking, for example, with the majority of the parking provided underground. So it's as that it wasn't, I don't think it's the, it doesn't have that specific feature to maybe the level that a larger site with more, what's the word for it? It's a high density project on a fairly small parcel of land that has a lot of constraints. And so some of those opportunities just aren't there to wedge in a rain garden, for example.
Are there any further questions? Councillor Grenz.
Thank you, Chair, and through the chair to our Director of Planning. I think this is a bit of a comment and a question as well. For the architect as well, I just mentioned that there's an opportunity for us to give a bit of an idea of what we're looking for in the future, not necessarily to make an example of this particular property or proposal, but also just to signal what we're looking for as a new council. And I'd like to complement this development on the fact that it uses underground parking and the provisioning of electrical vehicle charging outlets as well. Could you please clarify what the breakdown of electric car charging facilities are? I understand there's some that are already going to be in place right at the get-go, but what does it look like for the other spots that are roughed in, or what does that exactly entail?
Just trying to find my notes here, sorry.
And maybe I'll stall for time while you're looking for that. I understand the percentages are in the proposal. I'm looking for some clarification on what the spots are that are not fully electric ready right now. What is the second step that is described in the proposal or in the proposal?
So basically 30% would be like pre-ducted for wiring to go through. And of that 30%, 10% of those would actually have the chargers bolted in, ready to plug in on day one kind of thing.
Thank you for the follow-up. So just to clarify, the ones that don't have a plug right away would be wired or just ducted for it?
So 30% would be minimally pre-ducted.
I just have a quick question here for the first time around. Through Mr. Russell, as I noted, I just wanted to comment that this was the first project that this council has seen that actually went to the advisory design panel. And if you looked at the before drawings and so forth and the recommendations by the design panel, I think we'll probably see the value of that panel. And it has been in question before, you know, do they delay the process and so forth? That is going to put off our developers and our architect friends. But in this particular case, I think that they continuously provide an excellent service for bringing a better product to the market. And I know who makes up this design panel. I appreciate the professionalism that they do. But this is the first time that this council has actually seen the results, and the architect and the developer has actually looked at that and met all requirements or suggestions by that panel, which is very wise. And the other thing is that moving to the rainwater storage systems and so forth, this one being the underground parking, the surface water is not quite as large as it would be if it was, surface parking. So the fact that I'm very pleased that this developer has put underground parking in, but it actually lessens the amount of course, surface water that they have to get rid of. It's and so on a relatively small footprint type of thing, basically that they would have to take reference only the roof water leaders at this particular point. So there wouldn't be as much stormwater retention. Just to comment on that. So, and I as well, complimentary to the architect, not that he's in the room, but to complimentary to the architect, because I'm very appreciative for the form and character that has been achieved on this building. So, Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just a couple of comments and perhaps questions that arise out of those through to our Director of Planning. I guess I do find that overall it's an attractive building, an interesting silhouette, if you like, and roof line. So that's very nice. I do wonder how the neighbors immediately on Wallace Street are, what their concerns might be, although I do see that there is the plan for a planting of what will be large trees. I didn't look at how large the trees will be that go in there, but still it's 4 stories. What I was hoping to see was a greater number of roughed-ins for charging electric vehicles. I was hoping to see more rough-in because it's not that much more expensive to do the rough-in, and it's certainly more expensive after the fact, and how one would do it in underground parking perhaps makes it even more difficult. And one other thing that I was really looking at and looking for to pick up on Councillor Gren's comments is looking at the lighting. I have become increasingly aware of people's concern about lighting. And I've heard this from a number of constituents, and especially as we get more dense building, LED lights are very bright and they shine across, but it looks like the lighting has been very thoughtfully designed in this case. There's a mention of the dark skies standards. And the other lighting seems to be on bollards, which I imagine would be fairly low. So I was pleased to see that, but I want to raise it here just for everyone's benefit, because I know that it's something that can be overlooked when looking at a plan. And then the next thing you know, something goes up and there's something that's backlit, and it's like you've got a full moon across the street from the person's house, or even in some stratas, and it's just neighbors and it's beside their doors. So I think lighting, and I was very pleased to see the plan for lighting in this particular case.
Thank you. And Councillor Martin.
As you know, last year I was watching the council meetings regularly and seeing how all these things became back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And I can see why the advisory council makes a huge change. You know, because there were so many recommendations that they would just change the outside, they would do this, and it took so much time. And this is very nice that I didn't know that there was this coming. It's the first project. Thank you. It's very good. Thank you.
Councillor Goer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through our mayor to Mr. Russell. I understand on this property, there is just 1 or 2 mature trees. Is that correct?
I'm just trying to go from my memory. I know that for sure there was 1 mature tree. And I know the landscape architect really endeavored to attempt to keep that tree. And it just doesn't work with the setback requirements and trying to meet the grade. So they did try as much as possible, but this with the setbacks under the zone, and to keep the building away from the residences at the back, they weren't able to protect the root system for that tree.
The reason I bring it up again, through Mr. Mayor, is like, I live on the street, so I know about this property and the trees, and that tree is almost as old as the ones we have on Memorial. So I was really hoping there would be a way to protect that, because in the proposal, it mentions the importance of trees and keeping the building cooler. So there is like an older mature tree. So I was hoping if that could be a possibility again to revisit and to try and protect that. Thank you.
Any further comments? I shall ask the question. All those in favor? What was that? Sorry, thank you, Council President. Unanimous. Thank you.
I think there's a bit of a delay sometimes in the feed, so it's a little bit difficult to time a vote properly for myself.
I think that was in favor. Yes. Thank you so much. Sorry for delaying you all that time. Thank you for sharing. Mr. Russell, could you please give us a background on the issue regarding advisory design panel mandate confirmation? You were just talking about that. To confirm the mandate of the advisory design panel. Mr. Russell.
Certainly, if I may, Chair. So couple things. So the term of the design panel lapses. They're appointed for a 2-year term. That term ends December 31st this year. In addition, this is a new council. And so this council, as part of its mandate, would need to determine if it wishes to continue having an advisory design panel. And if so, then it needs to adopt a couple of things. It needs to adopt the advisory design panel terms of reference, as well as direct us to proceed with advertising. So as part of our advertising for this panel, should council pursue having the advisory design panel, we send referrals to the landscape architects and the architects of BC, though they're professional organizations who then solicit candidates who are still active in the field for us to consider. In addition, we do newspaper advertisements to both members of the public as well as retired architects or other professionals with design type backgrounds to sit on the panel. So this evening, we're basically asking 2 questions. Does this council wish to have an advisory design panel? And if so, do we have your permission to proceed with advertising? And the recommendations are per the agenda.
I would like to request at this time if anyone would like these recommendations to be separated. Seeing none, we'll run it as the group. I'm seeking a mover and a seconder for the recommendation number 1, that the report from the Director of Community Planning and Building dated November 25th, 2022, entitled Advisory Design Panel Mandate Confirmation, file 054020 be received. Point 2, that the Advisory Design Panel mandate be renewed for the current term of council based upon the terms of reference and referral policy attached to and forming part of this report. Part 3, that staff be directed to proceed with advertising for potential candidates to fill vacancies on the Advisory Design Panel and report back to council with recommendations on appointments. I have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Martin, Councillor Gore, seconded. Are there any discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you. Mr. Russell, don't go away. Mr. Russell, could you please give us a background on the issue regarding consideration of permanent closure and disposal of a portion of a lane adjacent to 380 Hearst Avenue West, which is actually the consideration of application for road closure and disposal. Mr. Russell.
If I may, your mayor and council, we have received an application from an adjacent property owner wishing to obtain a portion of a undeveloped municipal lane. As part of that review, valuation was established as indicated in the financial implications section based on the size of the property and the value of the adjacent property. Based on the transportation master plan and the engineering department's identified future needs, there is no identified future plans for this lane as far as the municipality is concerned. It is in an area where this lane previously used to extend further and was systematically closed back in the 1960s. This is a remnant portion for whatever reason, historic reason, we don't know. As part of the application, the proponent did take it upon themselves to contact some of their neighbors in the area. We have received one correspondence from the neighbor directly adjacent to the lane, opposed to the lane closure occurring because they may want to use it in the future for access. That property does have access on their main road. The recommendations are per the agenda to proceed with notice. If council is to take it to the next step, essentially.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. Would anyone like to pull out any of the items for separate discussion? Councillor Beal.
I'd like to move that the report be received before moving to the others.
Do I have a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Wood. Is there any discussion? This is just for number 1, just to receive the report. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. May the rest of them be carried on all as one. Councillor Beal, are you comfortable with that, or do you want them separated one by one? We'll carry on with items 2. I'll read them out. Looking for a mover or seconder. 4.2, the staff be directed to give notice to utilities who may be impacted by the proposed road closure. That number 3, the staff be directed to advance the draft bylaw attached to the report to a future council meeting for consideration of 3 readings and commence the statutory process to close the portion of lane statute. No, I'm jumping here. Remove its dedication and dispose of the land comprising the section of lane adjacent to 380 Hearst Avenue West, Lot 2, District Lot 14, the News District. Plan 5797, as shown on the plan entitled Sketch Plan to Show Proposed Lane Closure, adjacent to Lot 2, District Lot 14, the News District. Plan 5797, PID 005928435, prepared by J.E. Anderson and Associate Surveyors and Engineers, dated April 12, 2022, attached to and reference of Schedule A in the report. Point 4, that the value of $62,585 be considered in principle for the land forming the proposed road closure. Point 5, that prior to final consideration of the road closure bylaw, easement agreements be registered in favor of utilities where required. Have a mover, please. Councillor Grenz, seconded by Councillor Wood. Any discussion? Councillor Grenz, it's yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I may ask a question through to you, to the Director of Planning. Just to clarify, the price affixed to this is based on the 2022 land value assessed by BC Assessment?
If I may, Mayor, to Councillor Grenz, it's based on the most recent assessment of the value of just the land, none of the building improvements.
Follow up. When do you anticipate that the conveyance would actually occur?
If I may, Chair, to within 2 to 3 months.
Yeah, follow up if I may through the mayor. Can you just give a quick overview of the process for this type of property and this type of conveyance, which is not that common, I assume?
If I may, Chair, through to Councillor Grant, I will try. We deal with one of these once every 2 or 3 years, so they're not my most efficient process in my mind, but we do notice, we also send out communications to utilities. Now, in this case, we're unaware of any utilities, but out of abundance of caution, we do send correspondence regarding it regardless, just to ensure we haven't, not every utility actually mark things down, so we do still send those out. We would then introduce the bylaws for 3 readings, and then it would come back a second time for final consideration. So it really is dependent on the council schedule more than anything. So we have one more meeting in December where technically the bylaws could be introduced for 3 readings. Concurrently with that, we would be doing notice to the utilities, the required newspaper ads, and it's conceivable that it could come back either at the meeting in January or possibly the first meeting in February for consideration of final adoption.
Councillor Beal.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor O'Brien, and through to the Director of Planning. I'm just curious, I'll be honest, I'm concerned that the owner or owners at 371 Jensen are opposed to this, and I can appreciate that they will lose potential access to the rear of their property. It does seem from the photos that it's overgrown and they're not using that at this time. My question is that given that longer range planning is at along Jensen Street there, that would become medium density, I believe. It's transitional, and that the properties facing fronting Hearst are multi-unit. Now, I'm wondering if there is perhaps an advantage to keeping the lane for those types of developments down the road. So do you see a possible advantage for that if that's the way we want to see that area developing?
I may, Chair, through to Councillor Beal. There's really, my observation be that most multifamily sites typically involve the assemblage of more land to actually be developable. And so it's really more in a single family kind of setting where you would typically require more road infrastructure. So because in the case of a private property, it becomes their parking lot, their own, driveway aisles, part of their surface parking space. Whereas in the public domain, it's got a very specific task that it has. It's a secondary, residential access. So the short of it is, I guess it's somewhat unknown. I don't think there's an advantage or a disadvantage, but I would observe that in multifamily, there is a trend where parcels of land are assembled into a larger parcel to ultimately be developable.
Are you good with that? Follow up. Councillor Bishop.
Thank you, Mayor O'Brien, and again, through to the Director of Finance, not of Finance, Planning, pardon me. And I'm just wondering, given that, so if this procedure, if this is approved at this point in time, there would still be opportunity for a neighbor or neighbors who is against this to bring something forward to the city, or does this in fact approve that we kind of go through to the end almost?
If I may, Chair, through to Councillor Bill, it's a little bit of both. So the notice is that council is considering disposing of the land, and that's run in 2 newspaper ads. And that's a requirement under the community charter, because the city is basically giving away or selling or whatever it's doing, disposing of a municipal asset. And so that's the main premise of the notice. But it is an opportunity for someone, a member of the public, who believes that they're impacted by that, to make comment.
So it would still be coming back to council for those additional, for those readings, and therefore, if something came to light, there could be the possibility to put the brakes on this if that came up.
Chair, if I may, to Councillor Beal. So at any step in the process, whether something comes up from a member of the public, or whether council has second sober thought and decides that that wasn't the right choice, council at any stage in that process can make a different decision.
Councillor Fraz.
Yes, thank you. And through the mayor to Director of Planning, you mentioned that the notice would go out in 2 newspapers. And typically through other processes, we give notice within 50 meters of affected property when there's rezonings and so on, or different uses going on. Would we not be looking to give notice to the neighborhood in this case, especially the properties that are touching onto this laneway? Because I know we have a letter here from one of the neighbors, and it's just mentioned that the other 2 know of it, but I don't see anything to confirm that.
If I may, Chair, through to Councillor Fraz. So the community charter is what spells out the notification requirement for this particular type of process. And this particular type of process has 2 newspaper ads, or where a community doesn't have a newspaper ad, it's basically the equivalent of that. We do have a development procedures bylaw that was adopted by previous councils. That bylaw states that notice, where notice is required to be mailed or delivered in either the community charter or the local government act, then there's procedures in that bylaw for doing mail delivery notice. But in this particular case, the community charter only requires newspaper ads. It doesn't have that provision. So that's what the bylaw and the legislation says.
I understand those are the minimum requirements. Would we not be notifying the neighbors in this case?
If I may, worship, through to Councillor Fraz, we would not, because it would be contrary to our bylaw and the legislation that we currently are working under. We did, as part of the process, ask the proponent to talk to their neighbors, which is why we have some correspondence for council to consider, but that would be the extent of it. We can't, as part of our administered process, go outside of the confines of our bylaw until such time as council amends said bylaw.
Okay, and do we have any confirmation of landowners at 174 or 383 for Molliet and Jensen Street, if they are aware of this?
I am aware that the property owner spoke to one of their neighbors and dropped a letter off at this particular neighbor that commented, and one of their neighbors they indicated was away.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through the mayor to Mr. Russell. I echo some of the comments there from Councillor Frass. I feel not ready to move this any further at this point. If we can defer this, I would like it to be deferred to the next council meeting so we have a chance to study more and just get some more feedback from the neighbors. That's what I would like to move.
Thank you for that, Councillor Gore, but I believe the Director of Planning has already said further consultation of the neighbors as per the community charter is not in our bylaw to do. So there's really no mechanism to do what you're suggesting. If I'm not mistaken. I have just a couple comments on this. By the looks of the aerial photos, it looks like the other properties where this lane originally went through had already been purchased, I would assume, by other previous homeowners. When you see the plan moving to the, I won't say it's west or east, but moving to the right of the drawing type of thing, it looks like where that lane was, it's already been bought up. This is just the last two parcels that lane is adjacent to. So the thing is that other councils have taken steps anyways to remove that portion from the lane from those people as probably they required. The other thing is that we've in previous council, we went through Mr. Russell, I believe two other lane closures, which was exactly the same ideas as what was of no value to the city anyways to maintain it. In fact, in this particular case, to be clear, the value of $62,585, correct me if I'm incorrect, would go into general revenue and not be directed into any particular fund and so forth like that it's only reserved for. So it would go into general revenue as well. So it would be helpful to our revenue. I can say in that particular case, if this owner of the property adjacent to it is willing to purchase that. So it's just my comments. You know, it's another source of revenue and it helps. And we, you know, what we like to, as council, we like to spend that revenue. And so the thing is on amenities to our citizens. So, and that's what we do. So, and help with our infrastructure upgrades. So just a comment. Councillor Bill. Good. Looks like a hand movement to me. Councillor Wood.
Through the chair to the Director of Planning, if I may, the letter in opposition reads, I am strongly opposed to it as it will cut my future property access from behind and want to know the city procedure to issue opposition to their proposal. Besides his letter, is there any other means for this owner to kind of take part with this process?
If I may, Chair, through to Councillor Wood, they could send in another letter. They could certainly speak at the meeting where it's being considered. It's really similar to like a variance type scenario.
Follow-up question, if I may, through the mayor to the Director of Planning. The city doesn't reply to these letters at all, or do they?
If I may, Chair, through to Councillor Wood, the city had some back and forth correspondence with the person, which is why there's a more formal signed version of the letter attached to the agenda. So there was initial question from the person asking about said closure, and then that was a more formal response that they sent to the city.
Thank you.
Councillor Beal.
Thank you. Yes, that was definitely a hand up. Yeah.
I was just ahead of you.
Yeah, you're very good. Yes, also referring to this person's letter, I do see that they requested, for instance, if so, when will I be receiving an official notice from the city of Parksville? So is this individual aware that there will be notices put in the paper as per our bylaw, and so that they are not expecting to get word of whatever decision is made here tonight?
If I may, I'm really struggling with the not saying that.
It's getting late.
If I may, Chair, through to Councillor Beal. I don't recall honestly if we went into the details on that. I indicated that their correspondence that they sent would be submitted to council. I would question the value of it. Like you'd essentially receive the same correspondence a second time indicating the same thing. So, what greater value it has, I don't know. I would say that I suspect that if you look at the legislation, the community charter for road closures, it talks about the importance of notifying utilities directly. It doesn't put that same onus on notifying adjacent property owners. The notice is really the purpose, I believe. And again, I didn't write the legislation, but if you're trying to get into their head, the fact that they just talk about newspaper ads, it's really the disposition of the municipal asset. And so that nefarious deeds aren't happening with municipal properties. That's the legislative framework. As far as whether or not to close the lane from a staff perspective, it's ultimately council's decision. Our future kind of crystal ball for the area doesn't show it. It hasn't been used since it was created in the 60s. There aren't any long-term plans for it. The decision on whether to keep one property owner happy or the other property owner, that's a council decision. I'm not in politics.
I got to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That would be Councillor Gore and Councillor Wood opposed. Again, Councillor Fraz opposed. That carries. Thank you. Mr. Wood, you get to go to bed now. For number 4, Mrs. Legault, could you please give us the background on the issue regarding submission of resolutions and workshop topics for the AVICC annual convention? To seek council direction on the submission of workshop topics and/or potential resolutions for consideration of the 2023 AVICC convention. Go ahead, Ms. Legault.
Good evening. The Association of Vancouver Island and Coastal Communities Annual General Meeting and Convention is scheduled for April 14th to 16th. In preparation, AVICC has issued a call for workshop suggestions and resolutions for consideration at the event. The deadline for submission of workshop topics is December 9th, so imminently, and the deadline for submission of resolutions is February 9th. Staff aren't currently aware of any topics of interest of council, but so the recommendation is just for receipt of the report. However, if council wishes to submit a workshop topic or potential resolution, further direction would be required for staff.
Thank you. Do I have a mover or seconder for the recommendation that the report from the Director of Corporate Services dated November 23rd, 2022, entitled Submission of Resolutions and Workshop Topics for the AVICC Annual Convention be received? I have a mover for that, Councillor Wood. Councillor Gower, seconded. Any discussion? I do. If I may, if no one else. Just a question, Ms. Legault, on the workshop topics and so forth. If a member of council has a workshop topic or the submission of a resolution and so forth, what's the process? Do they go through yourself? Do they go through council? How do they get that information to you before the deadline?
Well, I think a workshop topic is pretty simple and councillors could probably submit it themselves. In terms of a resolution, ultimately the resolution needs to be adopted by council as a whole. My recommendation would generally be, although councillors are always free to draft their own resolutions, it's best to work with staff. There are specific parameters that are required for drafting those resolutions, and we can help with background. They also don't want to see the same resolution every year, so we can help with researching history. So generally speaking, it's best to go through council through the appropriate channels.
Thank you for that info. And as a follow-up, so I just want to provide direction to council anyways, if you're thinking about providing or a suggestion as to a workshop at the AVICC that if you're planning on attending, that would be important that you attend. But the thing is that the AVICC is looking for your suggestions on workshops. So as I understand from Ms. Legault, that this would be your responsibility to go directly to AVICC, and I'm sure that they would, staff would be more than happy to give you the correct address anyways to send that through. But this is your opportunity to participate in this conference. That is very important. As far as the resolutions go, I fully concur that it'd be helpful if you suggested go through staff to help you with the wording. Just my only other recommendations, keep in mind the deadlines as presented, that those have to be gone. Maybe not at 4 o'clock on the deadline day, maybe not be the best time to ask staff for that information, but it would be helpful if you could get that to them in advance. Is there any other further discussion regarding? All those in favor? Passed unanimous. Thank you, Ms. Legault. Moving along here, we have the bylaws under number 5. We have 3 readings for I. Letter I. Council Procedure Amendment Bylaw 2022, number 1541.3, to amend Council Procedure Bylaw 2018, number 1541. Do I have a mover and a seconder for the recommendation that Council Procedure Amendment Bylaw 2022, number 1541.3 be read 3 times? Do I have a mover? Councillor Grant, Councillor Gore. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I shall call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Unanimous. We have motions from previous meetings. We have one motion for which notice was provided at the November 21st regular meeting. Councillor Beal, would you like to introduce your motion regarding temporary shower program at Orca Place, supportive housing facility? At the November 21st regular meeting, Councillor Beal provided notice you would be introducing the following motion for council consideration. Councillor Beal. Oh, sorry.
Would you like me to read the motion?
I would. Thank you.
I will. Thank you. Yes, I move that council approve the temporary use of the shower facilities in the public area of Orca Place on Tuesdays and Fridays between the hours of 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. from December 6th, 2022 to January 6th, 2023, to provide continuation of this service to people experiencing homelessness when the SOS shower program is closed over the holiday season in order to accommodate its Caring for Community at Christmas program.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Martin. Thank you. Any discussion? Councillor Beal?
Yes, I'd just like to explain some of the details for the benefit of people here and the audience at home. So in case people don't know about the program, the SOS has been running the shower program for many years, and it does run 2 days a week for a few hours during those days. But while the Caring for Community Christmas program takes place, it has to be paused. They need to use the space around that area for to help with organizing their toy shop and other programs that they're doing. The program will start up again at the SOS in early January, but they do need a little bit of time to get it started up again. And also there's a stat holiday at the beginning of the week in January. In some previous years, there were options for individuals to access showers at Ravensong Pool or at the Catholic Church, and neither of those options are available this year. But the showers at Orca Place in the public area could fill this gap in service. And ICCS, that's the Island Christian Crisis Care Society, thank you very much, with assistance from Island Mental Health, is able to accommodate the staffing needs. And the request is to have the program move to the showers in the public space at Orca Place. And there's no plan to expand the service in any way, nor to extend it beyond that which is needed during the Christmas program at SOS. And that includes the time they need at the start of January to get back up and running. The proposed plan includes providing a visible screening of individuals accessing the service and their belongings from passerbys, and to provide privacy for them. And this screened area away from the street will be staffed. Once an individual has finished using the shower program, they will be expected to leave, not to linger in the area, and this will be monitored. There's no food provided. It is not a warming shelter. And I am assured that ICCS is extremely committed to ensuring that programs are run safely. They certainly do not want to jeopardize the success of Orca Place. The program is completely separate from the residents at Orca Place. And any program that, well, the operator program, it must have good policies and procedures in place to protect staff, employees, and the community. So it's certainly a much needed service, and they are prepared to step up and fill this gap. And I would like to support, I was hoping that our council will support that.
Thank you, Councillor Wood.
I just wanted to add a comment that, you know, having had a recent tour of Orca Place, that Violet, Julie, ICCS and their staff, they seem to do just a fantastic job. And it's definitely something that I can support, this temporary shower facilities being used over there while SOS has their Christmas programs on. Thanks.
Councillor Gore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to the council. We, even today and every day, we are getting emails about the homelessness situation and what we as city can do. I understand we are limited in resources and options, but there is an option now presented through Councillor Beal's motion here. I support this because ICCS is doing a really good job at Orca Place, and they're committed to keeping the success of Orca Place as it is, and screening all the users, making sure they're not lingering, so there's a safety of the current residents of Orca Place, of the community and the staff. So I feel confident in taking this opportunity and giving the folks that are unhoused this services that are much needed in this cold weather. So I support this motion.
Councillor Fraz.
Thank you. Through the mayor, I have a couple of questions. First is to our CAO, Keller. Is this shower program already operating in Orca Place?
If I may, through the mayor, I do not have any information on that.
Okay, maybe to the mayor then. Does he know if this shower program is already operating?
Through to Councillor Franz, I have not been by there to suggest that I have seen the shower program operating. I know it was conveyed that it was very time sensitive, obviously, because the SOS Toy Box program is already underway, and to that effect, I haven't seen it. I haven't noticed. Councillor Beal. Oh, sorry, Councillor Fraz. You still have the floor.
Yeah, if I may, I got a few more things to say here. Particularly, I have an email dated November 28th. This is from Mayor O'Brien. It says, for council information only, after meeting with ICCS and manager of Orca Place, we have agreed to allow the showers at Orca Place from now until January 6th of 2023. We'll have a resolution, notice of motion on our December 5th council meeting to officially approve. Neither Orca Place or the city of Parksville want any announcements through the media regarding this agreement. Orca Place through ICCS will make all necessary arrangements to make this happen. After January 7th, the shower program will revert back to the SOS. This information is being provided to you in confidence regards the Doug O'Brien mayor. I'm wondering if you can explain then, how is it that you've already agreed to allowing them to operate the showers? This is, as I mentioned a week ago, November 28th, ahead of council having a chance to discuss it or vote on it.
Well, I would like to counter that with a question why you feel the obligation that you think it's okay to actually share an email that was actually only directed to council and was not intended for public use. Because it contained it contained information in that whereby is that the proponents, it's a very sensitive subject and so forth, conveyed a special consideration anyways for it, and which I did.
Okay, so great question.
And I continue to send that to the council since it was a time sensitive. So that is my choice. I received more information and that is exactly what I did.
Okay.
So to answer your question, whether it was actually in place now, I do not have notice of that because they, since they're behind the 8 ball, they had to proceed to get towels and supplies and so forth. So to say that they've done that, I can't say that for sure.
Sure. So the reason why I bring this up is because nowhere that I know of in the Local Government Act does it give the mayor authority to make and give approval on decisions prior to council being able to have a majority of council vote on it. And I know that many of the members here on council ran on the idea of transparency, on having public input and not making decisions behind the scenes. But almost immediately, we're seeing the opposite happening, where now decisions are being made behind the scenes. It's happening without public input, and particularly with that which concerning us, this item hasn't gone before Orca Place's Community Advisory Committee, which was established to handle items exactly like this. And I know because the members of that Community Advisory Committee have reached out to me after seeing this notice of motion and wondering why they haven't had a chance to provide input and ask questions on it. Now, I realize the managers of Orca Place sit on that committee as well, and so they should be well aware that they should be hosting a meeting to advise the community on that. So my concern is that, and why I bring this forward is, this isn't a closed item meeting item. This didn't happen in any closed meeting, but it did happen according to this with some meetings that the public was not involved in or involved in any decision making, but it seems like the decision's already been made. So I think that this item needs to be referred to the Orca Place Community Advisory Committee, and that's what I'd like to move to do. But that's why I've also brought this forward now to have the public be aware of it. I find it particularly concerning.
So I'm going to interrupt you now, Councillor Fraz, because this is your opinion. The fact of the matter is I brought this forward, and it was information that was obtained during that time that you chose not to attend the orientation meetings and so forth that you were invited to, whereby we were able to share that information that we had talked to ICCS regarding their cooperation and consideration of the advisory committee that you're speaking of. So if you had have attended those meetings, you would have understood that they have done exactly what you asked. So I'm going to hold you off right now and say thank you for your opinion.
No, excuse me here now. Do I not get a chance to speak as a member of this council? Right. So as I mentioned, I want to move that this gets referred to the Community Advisory Council, the Community Advisory Committee for Orca Place.
It already has been.
It has not been.
There's a motion on the floor. There's a motion on the floor that we're talking about. We'll consider your motion after we vote on this one.
I'm moving to refer it to their committee for input. We haven't received any input from them.
Is there a seconder?
If I may, Chair, so motion to refer needs a seconder and to be voted on at this time.
Sorry, Councillor Fraz. I just asked for a seconder for your motion to refer. There is none. Carry on.
Okay.
So
thank you for the transparency, public input, and no behind the scenes decision making that was promised by members of this council. Thank you for
thank you for your opinion. Councillor Beale.
I would just like to say that I brought forth a notice of this motion at our last meeting. I also know that the ICCS members will had hoped to be a delegation at the last meeting, but there were 3 delegations on the docket, if you like, and so they weren't able to come. I was certainly aware that it's very time sensitive. However, in my mind and in my heart, I brought forth that notice of motion at that last meeting, intending, and this is what, bringing it forward tonight for the purposes of voting on it. I have not been part of any vote, any decision about this ahead of us making the decision and making the vote on this motion tonight. So I just like to make that very, very clear.
Thank you for that. Any further discussion? Councillor Wood.
I definitely hear Councillor Fraz, to the chair, through to Councillor Fraz and the rest of council. I definitely hear Councillor Fraz's concerns for procedure. This is the first time that I have voted on this as well, and I understand that there was supposed to be an earlier delegation which couldn't be fit in the previous meeting. And so in this case, you know, this is my 3rd meeting as a councillor, and I wish that the previous council had set up some cold weather facilities, whether it's showers or something else, but we're getting deluged with emails that people care about the people who are out there in the cold. And I think, you know, some expediency to transfer an existing shower program from the SOS to another facility temporarily, I think it's worth considering.
Councillor Gore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through the mayor to Councillor Fraz and the rest of the council as well. Yeah, in terms of transparency and being honest to the public, I would say this is the first time like we are voting on this, discussing this in the public domain. So it's very transparent. There was no behind the scenes talks. Everything is out for the public scrutiny, and the vote here will decide which way the public wants to go.
Call the question. Did you have your hand up? Councillor Martin, sorry.
I just wanted to say that I'm on the task force and we're trying to do something, and this seemed to be something that we could put forward, and I was supportive of Mary last 2 weeks ago to do this. And so I think it has to, you know, this is why it's been put forward today. And so I support it too.
Thank you. Now I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Be noted, Councillor Fraz opposed. Thank you. It carries. Thank you for that. We have another notice of motion on the floor here tonight. We have one motion which was provided on the agenda in lieu of notice. Councillor Wood, would you like to introduce your motion regarding mail-in ballots for local government elections? The motion has been included on the agenda in lieu of notice, so council may vote on it at the December 5th regular meeting. Councillor Wood.
To the chair, through the chair to council, recommendation that staff investigate the process and procedures necessary to provide mail-in ballots for future Parksville elections and report back to council with information and options.
Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Beal seconds that motion. Is there any further discussion? Councillor Wood.
I believe this was in May. It was presented to the previous council, and I think it really speaks to the accessibility to the electoral process, and it kind of keeps us up to speed with other neighboring municipalities such as Qualicum Beach, such as Nanaimo. The province did it for provincial election. The feds did it in a federal election. And I think it's important to the electoral process to be as accessible to legitimate voting as possible. And I think any slight delay there may be to count the ballots is definitely worth having. Thank you.
Further discussion, Councillor Gore. Yes, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through the mayor to the council. It's to me, like we previously talked about, and one of the members of the public mentioned that they didn't vote for either of us because they were not allowed to mail in the ballots. So it speaks to the urgency and the need to have this in our community where we have so many seniors, people with disabilities. We talk about people being apathetic, not participating in municipal elections. I think this is one step towards addressing that. Give people the option to have the mail-in ballots. So I support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Perez.
Yes, thank you. I guess this would be through the mayor to Councillor Wood. In this motion here where it's asking for the process and procedures, would it also be covering, is it looking to cover the integrity of the identification of those who are voting so that ballots aren't just, you know, like when we've seen in the past super boxes broken into, if there was a bunch of mail-in ballots there, they couldn't just be stolen and mailed in, or would it be looking at any kind of security features along that way of that too?
I'm not aware of,
If you would.
sorry, through the chair to Councillor Franz.
Yeah.
I've not been made aware of any fraudulent ballots here in Canada, so I'd be interested to see that. But I would assume that when staff investigates into the process and procedures, that those necessary security precautions would be taken into account.
Are you okay with that, Councillor Perez, or would you like a follow-up?
Well, I just hope that would be captured perhaps for staff, that it's in there because it's my understanding that each municipality would be on to their own device to kind of, you know, set up the procedures of doing that. And I'm not aware of any security measures in place or anywhere to verify that those who are mailing in their ballots are who they say they are. So I think it would be an important part of that, particularly with going with any kind of mail-in ballots. So I think it'd be interesting to see what they come up with, but aside of that, you know, I hope it's not just that, yes, we can accept mail-in ballots. I think there needs to be some integrity to it.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In that case, to address this, is it possible we can slightly amend the motion to provide for secure mail-in ballots for future Parksville elections?
Councillor Wood, would you agree to the amendment?
Absolutely. The process has to be secure. Absolutely. Yes.
And the seconder, was that Councillor Gore? Will you agree to the amendment?
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. Yeah.
Can we, is there any further discussion on the amended motion? Councillor Grant.
Sure, I'll just add to that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through to the rest of council. I think we all are very much interested in anything that will increase the participation in democracy, especially the municipal level, which we see abysmal levels of participation, unfortunately. So if we can improve that in a secure way that doesn't undermine the legitimacy of the democratic voice, then I think we should all be in favor of anything that does that. Thank you.
Any further discussion? The only other comment I have at this time is I think it's actually asking the staff anyways to provide the future direction on this and so forth. And since it's already in play in many other municipalities throughout British Columbia, I'm sure the staff will be looking for them for solutions and suggestions on how they handled it in a proper security way. I have utmost faith in it. The only question I do have is that for our CAO Kaler, if I could ask what type of timeline to turn this around. I realize that we have another 3.5 years before we're before the next election, but I know that the public is rather concerned that we have this in place in lots of time for the next election. What kind of time frame could we look at for your recommendation?
Thank you. Through the mayor. We're probably looking at several months. We do have a number of items in the queue in administration, but definitely before any election was contemplated. We also are coming back to council, so that should provide some additional comfort that whatever options basic council has the ability to approve or change or give more information. And we would definitely be reaching out to those of our neighbors who have done this many, many times for lots of elections past with no issues that we're aware of.
Thank you for that. I'm convinced that that meets the requirements. Thank you. Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'd just like to add that I think doing this will mean so much to many people. I know that when I was campaigning, I did meet people going door to door who had severe mobility issues and would have loved to have had this opportunity. I met someone else who was recovering from surgery. In her case, I was able to inform her that if she could get a ride to the site, that someone would come out, and she was very, very thankful for that. But there wasn't the option of the mail-in. I also had the great opportunity and honor to actually work for Elections Canada in the last election. And I'll never forget the fellow who was in hospice, who was just about in tears. He was so grateful that someone from Elections Canada would be coming to hospice in order for him to vote. And I could stay outside the room, he could cast his ballot, seal it, I could collect it and take it back to get it into the ballot box. So, you know, there are people who would just dearly, dearly appreciate this.
Thank you. Any more discussion? Thank you. So we're voting on the amended motion right now, as presented by Councillor Grenzenwood. All those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you. We'll move on now to liaison reports. The advance notice as requested by our staff. Councillor Beal has put a couple forward. Councillor Beal, would you please provide us with your liaison reports, please?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and you'll be pleased to know perhaps that my library meeting was in fact canceled, so there's nothing to report for the library this time. But I'll be back in January. However, I did, and I have many others coming up, but I also did sit in with an engagement session with DFO on the net pen transition plan. And that was very interesting. This was a virtual meeting with a number of representatives from other municipalities, Ucluelet, Port Hardy, Alert Bay, Campbell River, and others. So the background is that the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans is mandated to work with BC and Indigenous communities on a responsible plan to transition from open net pen salmon farming. And so a discussion framework has been developed, and that was in consultation with First Nations stakeholders and local governments. And this session was specifically for local governments to discuss collaborative governance models, policy, regulation, and licensing. So, and it wasn't to make final decisions about any of this, but it was part of an gathering input on all of these topics, and including socioeconomic themes, and these were extensively discussed throughout the topics. As I mentioned some of the other communities. So it was basically Central Island and North. I think Port Alberni was another, Port Alice, I believe, was also another community. There was also a representative from the province on the virtual meeting, not contributing, but just there to listen in. A lot of input, many good questions raised. One suggestion that came up a number of times was to improve trust, and trust was to involve a third party to do the monitoring. So, you know, perhaps one of the universities getting involved and so on. And also the need to involve post-secondary institutions with the process, because they're the ones who often provide training courses for the aquaculture workforce. So if there are going to be changes, perhaps new courses need to be developed to be brought online, et cetera. So that's, and those institutions were not being considered or thought of in terms of important contributors for the whole process. And although we don't have fish farms in our immediate vicinity, I did raise the importance of protecting and rehabilitating salmon-bearing waterways to contribute to the health of our wild salmon, and cited examples of the work done by MIVI and Nature's Trust to improve habitat along the Englishman River and other stream keeper organizations. And in fact, I understand that at least some of their projects are funded partly by DFO, even though it is in freshwater, as well as the province. And I knew that those provincial ears were in on the meeting, so I wanted to make sure that point was made. And there are going to be additional phases to the overall process. I don't have the tentative dates for reports to be released, but I believe the goal is to have the plan phases completed by June of 2023. That's it.
Thank you for that, Councillor Beal. I'm looking around the room. I'm trying to make sure everybody's been addressed. Is Councillor Fraz still online? Oh, I just, because I can't see it. I can't see his hand up or.
Yeah, no, I'm still here. Just not sure why the video is not working.
Oh, okay. No, it's just that before I went around the table, I wanted to make sure that I could see everybody here, Councillor Fraz. So, because I was going to ask, is there any other reports at this time that maybe did make it onto the list? There is none. Thank you. I would like to request a mover and a seconder for adjournment, please. Councillor Wood, Councillor Gower, seconded. All those in favor? Unanimous. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.